Welcome to the Tournament of Doom. I am Senior Doom, your ever-loving tournament organizer, host, and bearded fellow. Joining me tonight is the ever-volcanic Vulcan Turtle, TCG Vulcan. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the people who might not know who you are? Because you have been on before. You've been on actually multiple times before, and you actually won a Tournament of Doom. Actually, you won two.
I've won two.
So
still trying to get that third one.
It's a hard one. It's only gotten harder as time's gone on.
Oh yeah, for sure. But introduce myself. I'm Vulcan Turtle. I'm a member of the Shuffle Squad and an individual content creator here on Twitch and YouTube. And that's kind of about it. Besides my crazy antics over on Twitter.
Twitter is probably the most fun place to get crazy antics. Which talking about crazy antics, let's talk about this. I would almost say crazy metagame, but I would say maybe it's I don't know. Let's look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would say it's a subdued metagame, actually. That actually sounds right. Like we don't have the one deck that's absolutely over everything. We got three decks almost at 10%. On or around 10%. Which kind of feels a little bit more balanced, because I can bet you anything tomorrow in San Antonio there's going to be a deck that's like 20 to 30% of the meta.
Yeah, and if I had to make a guess, it's going to be Miraidon.
Oh, 100%. Especially after those battle decks came out.
Yeah, I think that's actually, like, I had touched about that recently, where Pokemon making certain decks extraordinary, like at least pieces of certain decks extraordinarily accessible, has been an ever growing thing for the game as a whole. When they made the Mew League Battle decks, we saw an uptick of Mew starting to see play in online tournaments because everybody got like the codes and stuff. And now with the Miraidon decks, a lot of people that are coming in for their first times for first tournaments, even, challenges, cups, and leagues, even regionals, a lot of people are probably going to play Miraidon because it's so accessible. Same with Charizard.
Right. And like Charizard's just a fan favorite. People are going to see Charizard. They're going to want to play it. It's the deck people want to play because, hey, there's Charizard. I know what that guy looks like. I know what that guy does. And now he hits for a lot. But I pulled up the first Miraidon list here. High Flyer 28's list. They're playing Radiant Jirachi in their deck. Not regular Jirachi, Radiant Jirachi.
I don't hate that idea, because in a lot of matchups, there's some, especially with all the disruption that we're seeing now, like lots of INOs, lots of judges, stuff like that. I don't hate the Jirachi, because there's a lot of times where you might just be one or two pieces off of getting the response KO and setting yourself for multiple turns later on, where Jirachi is actually extremely useful, because you are getting three cards from the deck, putting them in your hand, and then starting your turn with those cards so they can't be disrupted.
Correct. And otherwise your opponent has to play around it. So you might see them have to dig for a gust effect, or maybe even play for a gust effect that you wouldn't normally see. So I do find that interesting. Lack of hand disruption in general, it looks like they're a little bit more along the aggro side with the squawkability, multiple researches, only one Iono. The de-evolution is kind of an interesting tech as well, especially from Miraidon. I think you're probably looking for that more against like the Charizards. A little bit Rapid Strike maybe, just because like Rapid Strike or Urshifu VMAX can be so hard to take down.
Yeah, and considering that you don't have like a way to actually protect your bench in that matchup, I can see where devolution actually does come in handy, as well as this Jirachi, and that's actually really interesting, because if you are up against something like Rapid Strike and they knock out this Jirachi, you're able to find all those pieces to help you kind of like win the game. Because they do play the Drapion, which can attack for free in that matchup, which is nice. So if you're able to like kind of like set it up to take multiple 2-prize knockouts with that one devolution, after a Jirachi knockout, I honestly don't mind it. Now, the deck as a whole is kind of unique in my opinion, because like you said, the only one Iono, that's kind of weird for Maridon, but yeah, it's definitely more aggro build. I don't hate it at all. But I definitely think that Maridon does take a little bit more pride in being able to be aggro and disruptive at the same time, especially if you're playing Mew EX, where you can afford to play a little bit more disruption.
I'm surprised we don't see a Peony, because like the Mew EX Peony, it you get the cards, you can get to, ditch your hand, get two, and then draw three with Mew.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's no Peony here too. It seems like this player kind of want to like fit everything that you normally would see in a Maridon list, but then add text, so they had to take out some key aspect cards. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. I definitely would like to see this paired up against another Maridon list to kind of see which one comes out on top in the form of like aggression.
They did end up losing their second round, so
oof.
Yeah, which surprisingly, what they went up against was Lost Zone Giratina, which to me, like, it feels like Maridon, if it's got the Iron Hands going, usually can win this. I mean, Giratina can usually get 4 prizes itself, but like, you're going to go after their Confies, you're going to go after their Sableyes or whatever, or the Cramorants or whatever, right? With Iron Hands, and okay, you lose if you miss on your electro gun things.
The generators.
Generators, thank you. So okay, I could see that. Or you just have a bad start. I mean, every deck can have a bad start.
Yeah. I if we were going into like, especially since what is this, his High Flyer?
Yeah,
High Flyer. Considering they're playing two hands, you would think that they'd be a lot more favorable in that matchup. But that's kind of like the thing that nobody talks about with Maridon, is that it is kind of like a high roller deck. You either hit those generators or you don't, and when you don't, you kind of like are giving up prizes at that point.
Yeah. So it would be an interesting matchup to watch and see, because they're going to at least put out 2 Confies, and if you think of that, that's a possibility of 4 easy prizes, and then try and taking out the Giratina. And it's even if they can even set up the Giratina. Like, as much as Giratina Lost Zone is a very powerful deck, like, we can pull up a list of it. I mean, it's number 2. We'll pull up Jam. Jam is a champion of Doom as well. He won like 2 weeks ago, and I think almost won last week with it too. You just get this the ability to hit 280 or even the Star Requiem, and just come in and just KO anything after 10 in the 10 in the Lost Zone. It's just so good. And against Maridon, nothing is surviving a Lost Impact. Even with the charms, nothing is surviving.
Yeah, because even with the charms, your max HP in that deck is 270, so you kind of just missed the mark by 20 HP.
280 with Iron Hands, but you still miss.
Oh, you're right. Yep, 280. Yeah, so by 10. Yep.
So we got James Sims and Cash coming in, both right in the Giratina Lost Zone. I do see. Okay, now talking about it, they lost the Prowlers, who's running the Maridon. Let's see what Prowlers list looks like. They were playing the more traditional list, but they only play 1 Iron Hands. But they do play the double turbo.
But see, playing Iron Hands at 2 seems to be like a common theme right now. I do think that Maridon can still be successful with only 1 Iron Hands, especially if you could pop it off early. And I think Peony lists like this are perfect for pulling that off, right? Because you're able to use the Peony, go get yourself some generators, Forest Seal yourself the double turbo, switch in. Because if you're going second and you can turn 1 KO with Iron Hands, your opponent, if they had a bad start with like getting things in the Lost Zone, if they can't get to 7, then Iron Hands is there for another turn, potentially getting 4 prizes in 2 turns.
That's actually something that's very understated, is that when you're playing against Iron Hands decks, you have to return KO or be set up in a way where you're not getting absolutely destroyed by the Iron Hands. That's part of the reason, like, I don't, well, not fully the reason why Chin Pao's fallen off. The other reason Chin Pao fell off is a counter catcher, because it's an aggro deck, and then it loses engine the next turn half the time.
Yeah, that's poor Chin Pao got a really tough break.
It was like it was a good deck, and then one card came out and just it absolutely falls apart now. Maybe it might come back. I don't know.
Yeah, it's poor Chin Pao, and then same with Lugia, right? Because it wasn't just necessarily like yeah, the counter catcher is super good, but if Guardy still continues to be prevalent, they're going to be playing Screamtail, and Screamtail is just going to knock out those pieces that kind of keep your engine alive.
Yeah.
So like just being able to, it's so bad.
I think that's why we're also seeing Inteleon Urshifu see it uptick right now, but also on top of it, looking at it, de-evolution TM. You're spreading so much damage. You have every ways of doing it. You got stuff with rapid flow. You've got double gunner. Evolution decks are just not going to love it. You're seeing Charizard decks are now running Tool Jammer to go to prevent this.
That is something that I was actually talking to some friends about, is that if you're running Charizard, you need to be running Tool Jammer. Because everyone was like, oh, the tech in Charizard has to be Minior, right? Just in case you run into like Snorlax, but if you're playing like the evolution version, you can attach to Minior, get inactive, evolve, all that crazy shenanigans. But the actual like tech you need in Charizard is Tool Jammer, just to stop devolution, just to stop things like Snorlax from being able to tank a hit. Tool Jammer in Charizard is 100% must. I would not be surprised if we saw it at one copy that, going forward, simply because of how Rapid Strike is starting to see a lot more success because of devolution.
I thought we might see it here in the first list, but they're running the Justified Gloves version, which is that one's looking for the mirror match. Because with the Justified Gloves, when they hit 4 prizes, you can now take a KO on their opposing Charizard.
Yes,
instead of waiting for them to take 5. Which they're playing the Rotom version. I've been playing the Sylveon version. I just like the Sylveon because I can grab the item I want. Rotom's more like, here's a bunch more cards.
I think both are pretty well justified. They both kind of like have their quirks about them, right? Like if you're playing the Sylveon version, you're able to like just get whatever item you want. Like if you wanted to go get that rare candy, you're good, where the Rotom is like draw 3 and then you might hit what you need, including like an extra, support in your hand that you didn't have last turn, which I don't think Sylveon's locked to items, right?
Sylveon's locked to items, which you just really grab stuff like the tool cards, but we obviously have that rule change, so
right,
no longer can.
So I think they both have their quirks to them. Like both are very susceptible to like getting hit with Iono next turn, so like making them both useless after using them, because Sylveon ends your turn when you use it, right?
Correct. Same thing with Rotom.
Yeah, they both end your turn when you use them. So if your opponent just has Iono locked up and ready to go, and they were going to do it anyway, they kind of just like lost their power for that turn. But I think they both equally have like their quirks to them, where Rotom is kind of like just a bench sitter. If you do play the Sylveon VMAX, you do play quite a plethora of different type Pokemon in Charizard now that it could be an attacker.
It makes good sense, and then it makes the it helps a bit with the Rapid Strike matchup, because for them to de-evolve it, they have to get 200 damage on it to take a KO, and then you're just putting it back out there, and then it's hitting the Urshifus for weakness, and so then the Urshifus are at risk, and so it's interesting. I haven't tested too much with the VMAX. I've done with just the V, which last week was the Mysterious Player used. Which, let's see if he's up in the standings yet, or if he didn't play this week. That's always possible. Oh, there he is. He is playing something that lost round 2. Oh, he's playing the Tord box.
Tord box.
Joshua Braun Gaming, thank you for the follow. Which this is like Torch got his world's invite. He got it for taking what was it, third, second or third, second. Sorry, I watched those matches. Those were really good matches. He got the auto invite, so he's already in. This is him messing around, which I don't blame him. Like he's still getting results with it.
Yeah, the thing about Tord is that the minute the community like he kind of like does have this effect to him where, you know, some of the community love him, some of the community doesn't. I don't care who you are, you do have to admit that Tord is a fantastic player, because if you can come in from Gardevoir, which is a little bit slower process of deck to play, into something like what he's playing now, which does take a lot more brain power, a lot more sequencing, a lot more micro decisions, and he plays it quite quickly. And it's a version that nobody's ever seen in their life, and he is continuously getting results, continuing to get day twos. Dude just cracked. Yeah, I don't blame him for just messing around, but he's discovering some sauce that's actually had huge impact on our meta.
Check this out. Arceus Flying Pikachu is back. Someone's 2-0 with it. They're bringing the Shaman. They're bringing the Lucario. They're bringing the Drapion. They're bringing it all.
Oh, man.
This is someone who's like, I'm going to be ready for everything. I'm going to get it. I'm going to try to judge path you at some point, and I'm going to have my stuff set up and just run.
Yo, this is just straight up Arceus counterbox all over again.
Which, I mean, that exists. Like, this is probably what they're trying to use against like some Lost Box decks. If they had a the Sableye is always the issue. And this is obviously the Charizard. And then here's your what would you be using Lucario against? I'm trying to remember what's fighting week right now. Miraidon.
Yep.
Using against the Miraidons. I'm just checking a few things. So like it's 2-0 right now. Let's see what they played against. And the Turo helps so much. They beat Arceus Lycanroc. Oh, that's Roxy. Come on, Moxie. And then a Charizard. So I'm assuming they ran over the Charizard. Arceus Lycanroc. Okay. I'm guessing this is like the old style. Yeah, with the Liepard.
And you know what's funny? Lycanroc's weak to grass.
Right.
So like even like a deck that's kind of like it was played before and it's kind of like trying to find itself back in the meta. Tommy's deck kind of just checks that too, even though that grass weakness is there for Zard and Roaring Moon if you hit it. I think it's funny that if he hits something like off the wall like that, he still has a very, very good shot at winning that match.
It's like, oh, what's this one? It's Electrode, but without Cloth.
Oh, so a Cardinal Sin?
Pretty much. It has Cricketune, I'm guessing, to help the Electrode get better. It uses a lot of Chorus, so it's also got Cramorant and Gallade. And went 1-1 drop, which sucks. I mean, I would love to see it, but I mean, some people go 1-1 drop. He went first. What's up, Moxie?
Yeah, you want to go second with Electrode.
Yeah.
You also want to play Cloth with it, but you know that's just me.
Iron Valiant coming out. I liked Iron Valiant. I played it. It's cool. It can donk, but the longer the game takes, the harder it is for you to win.
Yes. 100%. I like the deck. I definitely think it's got its place in the meta. I don't think it's at any time going to shoot past like maybe tier 2. But it's definitely the one thing I will say about Iron Valiant that I thoroughly love about it is that even though it's like not like the craziest deck out there right now, it is the one deck that has started making players think twice about what they put down if they're going second. Because usually we just like set something inactive, and if you're like Lost Box, right, you used to just like put Comfey inactive and that was it. Nowadays, you kind of have to put things down in multiples, which can leave you susceptible to like rope plays early as well.
Exactly. And the lost box you're gonna put down is almost anyways. If you have three coffees in hand for whatever some miraculous reason, just put all three coffees down. You're gonna
Yes.
do it anyways. Just do it now.
Oh, this list doesn't play Metacham.
Oh, so they're not even they're not even looking to the yoga loop ever. They're looking
Mm-mm.
they're looking to either de-evolve you or do enough damage, come with Charizard or Entei and clear out.
Yeah, which I don't hate.
Which this deck is also very susceptible to this one card right here, Iono.
Yes.
Like you can get put into such a bad hand with Iono for whatever reason, and then you're just not going anywhere. That you're done.
And that's why I think a lot of Miraidon lists started playing Mew too. It's not necessarily just because Mew is like good in specific matchups, right? Because I feel like 80% of the time that I watch a Miraidon game play out, Mew doesn't actually attack. It is there just to draw, which Miraidon didn't have any draw support before, besides like, you're fleet footed once or twice if you have two Raikou out. With something like Mew, you're able to recover from things like Judge and Iono. So draw
Exactly.
support is extremely important in this format.
It's like Roxanne is insanely good in the Lost Zone matchup.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
You can hit them so much earlier, and then they can end up with nothing, and that's just it. Especially if you aimed after their confies. And like, I don't know if Roxanne's just an underplayed card because Iono's so much more versatile, gets you out of bad hands, or if it just makes sense only in certain decks. Like I don't ever see like Gardevoir playing playing Roxanne.
I
So
could see Gardevoir playing Roxanne. I believe early versions used to until they started upping their count of Iono. And it does come back to like what you said. It's versatile, right? You can use it turn 2 if you want to. You don't have to be super behind like you do with Roxanne. But I feel like the disruption of Roxanne is just super important that I think it should see some more play.
okay, this is interesting. We have the 2-0 Gardevoir. It's got the Safeguard Mimikyu in it.
Safeguard Mimikyu. Okay.
Against certain decks, I think this almost creates an auto win.
I don't know. Like I play a lot of Snorlax stall, and it plays a one of Mimikyu, and it feels like a lot of decks nowadays have ways to actually check the Mimikyu.
They can at least stall it out a little bit. Like if you're playing against a Miraidon player who maybe overbenched and doesn't have um
Like a Mew or a Zapdos.
right. So they they don't see it coming. It's a little bit harder on online. Like we talk about how different online stuff is.
Yes.
Because you can see the open list. But like in a best of 3, you could possibly drop that game 1 or even game 2, and then they'll be like, oh wow, okay, nothing I can do about that. All right, let's get round 3 going, and we're going to find ourselves a game.
I don't hate that Mimikyu. I think that's kind of a pretty good idea. If you can if it can buy you a turn, it's probably done its job.
I think so. And it does 7 damage counter, so it's not exactly weak either.
Yeah, and I mean it takes psychic energy, so why not, right?
Let's see. We have currently Blazy, Prince Vortex, Mysterious Player, Prowlers, Moon Kitty. I don't know who that is. Let me see if I can find them.
Moon Kitty.
James Sims, all streaming. Currently, out of them all, Prowlers and Prince Vortex are currently 2-0. You are guest commentator, so I will let you choose the first game.
See here. Vortex is playing it's kind of like a Tord box versus Giratina. That could be a pretty interesting matchup.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, I want to see how well this Iron Hands does.
Oops, wrong one. There we go. Now we're in the right one. It's about Doom time. Oh my god. All right, let me make sure this is set up and Fancy. Oh, I didn't even do it.
Yo, when did they put Stantler headbands in the game?
Recently.
I'm about to go use my never used coins on that.
Oh, I know. It's like I'm trying to find anything and everything to spend it on.
They're just kind of there.
Yeah, probably. We saw the Flying Pikachu at 2-0. We thought that was amazing. I wish I could use the coins on other things. Be it packs or
packs.
Cards themselves. Like I don't care if they have like a higher crafting value.
Yeah, I agree with you there. They're kind of just sitting there.
Like I think I have enough coins I could buy every single accessory and still have like a ton of coins left over.
Yeah, I just opened up my game and I'm at 16,000 coins
Okay, I gotta double check mine.
that I'm just doing nothing with.
What's up, Asher? Going now. You just have to win out. 6-1 is a definite guarantee tonight. So we're going 7 rounds, so that makes things interesting. We haven't had a 7-round tournament in like 2 months.
No, that does make the bubble pretty interesting.
But that's because we haven't had like a North American regional like in 2 months.
Yeah, everything's been European
or international championships or Doom regionals.
Doom regionals, baby.
41,020 coins.
Oh yeah, you're richer than I am.
Yeah, I should definitely spend some of those coins at some point.
Okay, kind of an interesting play here from Tycon. They put down the path to the peak super early. Now, I can understand if you were like at a regional and you saw that you were up against Lost Box doing this, kind of makes sense. But we're open deck list here. You kind of know that your opponent isn't playing Greninja. So you're not really shutting anything off unless I'm missing something here.
Radiant Charizard, but even then, Radiant Charizard's a cleanup tool. It's not coming.
Yeah, it's too early for Zard.
So I'm not sure either, other than maybe I believe Vortex plays a path himself, and he could be trying to clog up the hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you can make your opponent if you can make your opponent's hand all clogged up, that's pretty important to do sometimes.
Nope.
But he doesn't play path.
2 Artisans, 1 Beach Court. So, okay, I gotta check the opponent's list, because if he only plays 3 path, he loses the deck. Now he loses the stadium battle. So the Charizard now we can become active and stays active without any risk of like the path to the peak.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like it's kind of hard to gauge the stadium battle in these matchups because both players play vacuum. Well, no, I'm sorry. Giratina doesn't play vacuum, but Vortex does. So you could always kind of just like find a way to knock it off. Like I could see playing path early in this type of list if you were going to vacuum it away to get more cards in your loss zone, but to leave it there?
I was a little surprised when we see the Roaring Moon already down, but I'm wondering if that was just a please don't donk me move.
That was their start.
That was their start. Okay, I didn't catch that.
That was their start.
I was doing fiddly stuff behind the scenes. I was like, yeah.
So Tycon's like in a rough spot.
Time to drop inactive players. Actually, this is like the easiest. We usually we have almost 160 players normally. We're like half that, and we only had like 3 players not show up or any rounds, which is good considering we usually have 10.
Makes your job a lot easier.
Yeah, it was just click, click, click. I'm done.
Easy day.
Easy. Moving on.
Yeah, I think Vortex is in a really good position. The hand is super strong. He's kind of set up But this is the kind of deck where you just drop in your attackers when you want to use them. You don't really need them to be sitting on the bench.
At least until you're afraid of like Iono or Roxanne, which I don't think is that much of a problem for either player.
At this moment, no. I think Vortex is in a good position because he knows that his opponent only plays one Iono, one Roxanne. His opponent, he's not in Roxanne range just yet. So I think what Vortex might be trying to do here is he's at 6 in Lost Zone. If he can get to 7, he's got 2 gates in hand. He could go for Iron Hands here.
That's true.
He can get very far ahead into this matchup, and his opponent has not had a very strong lost zone time.
Well, this gets him to 7 now. There's the
and he got the lightning energy.
He didn't prize the Iron Hands. There he is, the nice Kool-Aid alt art.
Yes, Kool-Aid Man alt art.
He's got plenty of energy in the deck.
Yeah, he's going to pull it off here. This is a turn 2 Iron Hands.
This is probably the best aggro move he could do. Because now now he'll be up 3 prizes. His opponent's losing its only draw engine.
And I think this is the perfect time to do it too, right? Because here's the thing. Yes, you're going into the range of being Roxanne, but considering the fact that your opponent didn't have a very strong start, they don't have very much in the lost zone, they're probably going to prioritize using Colress's over using Roxanne. Because they need to get a return knockout here or they just lose the game.
Correct. So we'll see what happens here. Thank you very much for a bajillion damage because Greninja does not like lightning. What's that horrible X-Men quote from the original X-Men movie? What happens when a toad's struck by lightning?
Oh, I have no clue.
It was this horrible line. It's like Storm says it, and it's like the same thing that happens to everything else. And then she like hits the person, and they die but don't die. It's weird. Early Marvel films were interesting.
Yeah, that is the line. It's, do you know what happens when a toad is struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else. I don't know. I feel like if a toad got hit by lightning, it'd be a lot different than if like I got hit by lightning. Explosion. Just explosions.
Which Greninja isn't a toad. It's a frog. Which I always think Sobble's a frog too, but it's not. It's a lizard. It's like a chameleon. Not even a chameleon. It's a thing.
He's a little dude just doing his best. It's an interesting choice here.
So you give them the coffee without the energy. So then if they do take a KO here, you have the one ready to come up and just let Iron Hands do Iron Hands things.
Absolutely. Because like it's a really hard spot for Tychon to be in, right? Because he knows he can get a knockout of this Comfey with that Cramorant, but then the Iron Hands is going to take 2 prizes off of it. So if I was Vortex here, I would have felt actually comfortable putting up the Comfey with the retreat cost. Because if I didn't okay, you know what? I stand corrected. Tychon's going for it.
He knows that Iron Hands is just going to come up and murder the murder bird.
The murder bird. Yeah, this is a... Oh, no, he's changing his mind. Going into something that I could take a hit. This I like, Abyss Seeking here. Yeah, see, if I was in... What I was going to say is if I was in Prince Vortex's shoes, if my opponent knew I could just get return KO on Cramorant, get 2 prizes over the 1 prize they took, which is huge in this matchup, I would have probably promoted the Comfey with the energy on it. But granted, my hand could have been completely different. He has all of the resources needed to actually retreat this Comfey, so he is perfectly fine. And he didn't bump the beach court.
We're dealing with a judge call real quick.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so the Colress is huge here, but a boss's orders would have been so much cleaner. Because if you rope here, you're probably gonna attack into the Roaring Moon. So and that counter catcher is no good. So I think this is a turn where you just kind of like put damage down, right? You just go in with the cram, you do 110 to the Giratina and call it good, or you can rope and put 110 on the Roaring Moon, and then at some point bust that out to take 3 prizes with the Iron Hands if they don't knock out your Iron Hands, which should be easy enough to do. Hopefully it's the biggest threat currently on the board. So I think that might be in Tycon's future. If they're able to retreat this moon, evolve into the Giratina V-Star, and countercatch or gust up this Iron Hands to take a KO, that's probably the most beneficial thing they can do. And switch cart erasing the damage done. Yeah, this is a tough position to be in. But I mean, you're so far ahead, you're probably fine. But we've seen decent comebacks in the past.
Like a good Roxanne here would just completely run the gauntlet. It was just like, okay, how do I come back from that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If Prince Vortex here gets Roxanne, countercatch up the moon or the Iron Hands, that gets knocked out. You're left with a Cramorant and 2 Comfey. And that's a pretty steep hole to dig yourself out of.
Very steep hole. I actually want to apply to a player real quick. Their opponent they dropped. They checked in and then dropped, and then they weren't communicating, and they saw that their opponent dropped, but they still called the judge just to confirm that they get the win and everything, right? And I confirmed that they dropped, and so I applaud that, calling a judge for that kind of thing, making sure, good thing to do.
Yes. 100%. Judges are there to help you.
We just lost Iron Hands. Bye-bye.
Yes, we did. But we didn't get Roxanne.
So yeah.
Which does mean if we are able to get this moon working this turn, we're going to get 2 prizes on this Giratina, and then we are a boss or a countercatcher away from taking the game here. We got 2 super rods in hand. Yeah, if you need 2 dark energies though to power up the moon, huh? Yeah. You could go in with Zard. Don't put another 2 prizer in play. Go in with Zard.
You would need 3 energy on Zard though still. So you still need another attacker. Stable.
Yeah, I mean,
start doing damage.
You could Stable. Oh, right now he's stuck. There's not much he can do. He can't use a Mirage Gate. He didn't find Mirage Gate. If he had found Mirage Gate, he could have attached the fire energy to Zard and Mirage Gated onto the Charizard, taken a KO on the moon, and then from that point forward, use Sableye.
I would have actually been fine with him taking the damage onto the Roaring Moon, because if you put another 110 on there, that puts you exactly at 190, which is then four damage counters plus 7 to the compy, and that's a 3 price turn.
Yeah, that is true. But I think he's just kind of like trying to future proof his plan right now, since he wasn't really able to actually get any of the cards he needed this turn. I think he just kind of like is thinking, I need to get a knockout now because my opponent's 100% going to get a knockout on me next turn. I need to be able to make sure that I stay ahead in this prize race just in case a Roxanne comes up and it buys me a couple of turns to maybe finish and close out the game.
Right now, all he needs is a single prizer. See the murder bird come up to murder the fellow murder bird, which this is actually a beauty of it. He can Roxanne his opponent next turn.
Yes. I think
beautiful plays.
I think one of the like coolest things that you could actually do with a list like this right now too is if you can intentionally get behind to use counter catcher, that's like an option that you could actually like, that's a feasible thing to do in this matchup where you can like, instead of going to one prize, only give your opponent one prizers because you know they don't play Iron Hands. And but the Jirachi knockout here is actually huge because now Sableye can take 2 prizes.
And there's the Roxanne. So also now there's the Super Rod.
Oh well, you got another murder bird.
Which also, with them putting down the Sableye and the Comfy, you're now no longer fully invested in trying to KO one of the 2 prizers.
Yeah, at this point, you just attack with Cramorant, try to find a boss.
Or if you find the boss, you just win the game.
That too.
Which you can look through 4 more cards in your deck. Yeah, just Roaring was never coming into play now. Just get rid of it. You can retreat here and try to dig once more because you have the rope. Or you could rope.
Yeah, but if you rope, right? The rope isn't bad, but at the same time, you how much does that Roaring Moon have on it? 80, so it's 130 for knockout on it? Or no, you need way more than that now. So you can't even Sableye that Roaring Moon.
Well, I guess you can Roxanne your opponent here.
Yeah, you can Roxanne your opponent here, which is huge. Okay, this is good. This is good. This turned out pretty good. Because if you were going to attack with the Curry Bird, you weren't going to get a significant amount of damage to actually start taking the game here. I think you got to pile all of this on the Roaring Moon, right? Or you go for the Sableye?
You take the Sableye because then it forces them to attack with either the Giratina, Roaring Moon, or try to get the Giratina out of there and attack with the Cramorant.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't know how I feel about this.
Even then, if they attack with the Cramorant, they lose the game. You just promote your own Cramorant and call it. I think you do that. You put 30 on that, and now Giratina is even a threat to be KO'd.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is what I like, right? Because when he was like hovering over the Cramorant or the Comfey and the Cramorant, I was like, oh no, because if your opponent literally knocks out the Sableye, you bring up Charizard, you knock out the Giratina. That's game. Putting some extra damage on the Roaring Moon, which is another attacker, perfectly fine. If they don't want to attack with the Giratina, then you can just, if they come up with a Cramorant, they just lose anyway. So this is like a nice little checkmate position to be in. Because now Roxanne doesn't affect you at all. Yeah, I think that's the game. That's gonna be it.
Now, you can bring up Charizard. The Roxanne probably took away any chance of them having Path, because Path would be detrimental to you, but you also had the Artisan already. And then you just top deck their energy, so if it was anything. So there we go.
Yeah, that's it.
We thought this match was going to be over a lot quicker. Like, Giratina came back a little bit, but we still in the end see Prince Vortex come in and do what this deck can do.
Yes, and that's the cool thing about it. It's like you think it's going to go one way, and then out of nowhere, a deck can come back, and it was all because of a Roxanne. And as the game is progressing, you can see like all these different plays that are like available to Vortex. And it does come down to those little micro decisions to take a game, right? Because if he hadn't put 30 on that Giratina, he would have never been able to get a KO with that Charizard.
I want to test this list now because I kind of liked watching this. My problem is if I do play it, the only Roaring Moon I have right now is the alt art, which I think is still like $90.
Ew.
Yeah. Let me see how much it is. I mean, it's $5 for the normal art, but it might have gone down because like Gardevoir went down. I have the alt art Gardevoir, but you never know. These Yeah, still $90, 93.
Shoo.
So it's like, oh yeah.
People paying the moolah for the ancient bird.
Which it took only one round before I was on TCG Player tonight. My brother has been playing right on, and he plays the Tapu Koko EX version.
Oh, okay.
Because it's really good against Charizard. It's your best out to Charizard. He only has a special illustration rare, so he's been playing with that one. He's like, it's so good looking though.
I will only play with the special art ones if I know that they're affordable to play with.
I know there's some that are just not. What was surprising with me, with like, especially now how things, how we get more pulls, is a lot of these competitive cards are now only like $4 or $5 at most. You weren't playing during Sun and Moon, right?
I was actually.
You remember how much Tapu Lele's cost?
Yeah, because the minute I got one, it rotated.
Oh, I pulled 2 full art ones. And I'm like, oh my god, this card's like $70, $80 at that time, and I'm playing the full art ones. My opponent's like, oh, someone's fancy, someone's showing off. I'm like, no, it's just the only ones I got.
Yeah,
if I could, I would play with the promo ones, which I did get the promo ones at one point.
So I started playing not like super competitively, but understood what competitive was back when Roaring Skies had just released.
Okay.
So I can feel your pain because I know how much setup Shaman was worth.
Oh my god, I remember buying just Roaring. It was cheaper for me to try to buy and pull from Roaring Skies than to actually try to buy it.
Yes.
And then I ended up buying it later because of the price went down, but you needed it for expanded.
Yeah, until it got banned and expanded.
Yeah, Scoop Up Net.
Thanks, Scoop Up Net.
Oh yeah, Full Art Shaman was a beautiful card. If you haven't seen that, chat, I'm going to actually pop it up here in a second.
The full Art Shaman EX.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right here, the setup, the promo, the alt art promo one was so good with Rayquaza.
Mm-hmm. And the crazy thing is that came in like a $100 box.
Yeah, that nobody bought, and now it's worth a lot because nobody bought it, and the people who did opened it and sold off all the cards for cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could get, they had this N. I just type in N and it gives me everything with N in it. We'll say the Aegislash. What's up, Prince Vortex? Welcome back to the Prophets of Doom, a subsidiary of the Cult of Doom. This month we are going outside of all Taco Bells and singing Christmas carols about me. So please go to every Taco Bell you can and sing stuff like "Here Comes Doomy Claus," "Deck the Doom Halls," stuff like that. But like this Aegislash was in it. This was one of them, and like I wanted the full art Aegislash EX because it was one of my first decks I ever played. That with Magirna EX was the first deck I came up with. It wasn't that good, but who cares? It's every person has their first deck, and like right now it's fairly inexpensive. It's like $10, but the rest of the stuff in it is so much more.
It's so expensive. I remember seeing them on clearance for $40 at Barnes. And I was like, oh, all of those cards are rotated. I was young. I was like new to the game. I didn't know that it could have future like impact. So I was like, oh, all those cards are rotated and I like to only play standard. Nope, not buying that. Boy, do I regret that decision.
Oh, same here. Like I would go to Barnes & Noble every day looking and it's like, yeah, there it is. There it is. There you go. This is the end. It's $80 just for the end.
Mm-hmm.
And Hex Maniac, I think, is $95.
Yeah,
because
it's expensive.
It's just Hex Maniac, which is also a banned card.
Man, Oh man, I regret not buying those. I used to see them in
And funny enough, I have the Sycamore. I have the Trainer's Mails.
same.
I think I have the Blacksmith. I might have the Delinquent too that I bought separately. I think Delinquent's like $60 now too.
Delinquent's pretty good.
I got the Karen. Funny enough, this Karen, you used to be able to buy it for cheaper than the normal Karens, the regular art Karens. It was some promo and nobody wanted it. I got it for like $2.50.
Whew.
$80 card now.
That was long before they started implementing waifu tax on TCG Player.
Yeah. I was like so happy after I found it went up more and more. I'm like, oh my god. I was trying to get a Karen for expanded so I could beat Night March, which was really popular at the time.
Oh, Night March.
There was this other Delinquent that came out. I don't even remember which one this one came in.
I think that was from a deck.
I want to say so, because the same thing with the Professor's Letter.
Yeah, the Professor's Letter, the Sycamores, the Trainer's Mail, all that came from like special battle decks.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
This is the Ultra Bowl I use right here, the League Cup stamped one. They're $14 a piece for an Ultra Ball too.
I regret not getting those.
I got 6 of them. I went to so many League Cups and everything trying to make sure I got them.
I regret not getting those, but I wasn't like super competitive at the time that they were doing all of that. The only like first place League Cup promo card I have, it's either Cup or Challenge, I can't remember, is the Professor Elms scenario, or sorry, it came out of Lost Thunder. God, why can't I remember what it's called? Is it Lecture? It's probably Lecture. Yeah, there's like a special version of Professor Elms Lecture that I got. Here. Yeah, it was a challenge. Yeah, I got one of those. First challenge I ever won, and it was a deck that I was kind of homebrewing. I was playing Keldeo GX with Rainbow Brush, which threw a lot of people off at the time.
You know what disappointed me? I found out there was a Great Catcher stamped card. I thought I had it. Not Great Catcher, Counter Catcher. I thought I had it. I swear to God, I thought I had it. Nope. Not a single one. I have like 12 of this one.
Yeah, same. Dang, the Staff Cup catcher is like $30.
Yeah. Something. Whoa. If you go in general my chat, same thing with everyone else. There's no reason for 11-minute difference between people if one's playing Charizard, right? Like usually on slow play calls, I want to see video, but there should be no reason there's an 11-minute difference with Charizard.
Are they playing against some sort of control deck?
No, they're playing against Giratina.
Oh.
Chat, you can chime in on this too. This is one of those things. Like I need to reach out to my head judge too.
Yeah, that's a pretty steep difference for two decks that are usually quite quick.
Like, right. Okay, I'm going to type in here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Blazy. There's not like a plethora of actions you can be taking with Zard. that would create an 11-minute difference between the two decks. That's just, I feel like that's just something that doesn't normally happen unless there's something egregious going on, like if you're intentionally slow playing or not. So yeah, I agree with you there. It is kind of weird.
Yeah, this is way too much. Like he's got looking at it, you can if you look at it, it's in the general of my Discord. That's where Cash put it. I'm giving it. I'm saying this on stream and everything. I'm giving Cash the game because knowing the deck and actions you take, it's not like Gardevoir where it takes time. The game slows you down so much to put energy. It's not it's not like a Lost Box where he's going through and doing a whole bunch of actions every turn.
How is it that the Lost Box player, this is Cash, right? He's playing Giratina?
Yeah.
Yeah. How is it that the Giratina player has 18 minutes still left, but the Zard has 7:27? Bro. Yeah, that is slow play at its finest.
Yeah, there's like no other way for it.
No, like earlier tonight, I was in a tournament playing Snorlax, and I had a player that I was up against in the top 8 that literally we both knew they didn't have an out, and just to prolong it, they kept using Iono.
Which, even though if they're doing it quickly, that's legal.
But it would be legal, yeah.
But if you're taking 5-6 minutes a turn to do it,
that was the problem.
Yeah, that's the issue. So,
like, I don't mind if you prolong the fact that you're gonna lose, right? If you're doing it in a legal time frame. But in a scenario where one, you can't tie because it's top 8, right? So that's not happening. The opponent's already up a game. You know you have 0 outs, and then you wait like 4 minutes to decide to play an Iono. That's just a little too much.
Exactly. I want to bring up Prowlers, who was playing the Miraidon. He's 2-1 right now. He's playing the normal Miraidon, but he is up against Rory Moon. So that'll be interesting, actually.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good game. I always enjoy seeing some Roaring Moon.
Dwarf Commander, welcome to the Prophets of Doom. As you may have heard earlier, we are raiding Taco Bells and singing Christmas carols. You can also go raid any fast food joint you want. I don't care. Remember, the Prophets of Doom are just a subsidiary of the Cult of Doom, which is also a subsidiary of Doomco. Doomco, which is a subsidiary of Doomed Gaming, which is a subsidiary of Amazon. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, not Amazon anymore, T-Mobile. So, because I work for T-Mobile now, so they're my sub. Did I announce to everyone that the next round was up? Please tell me I did.
Is it true that T-Mobile's map is a lie?
What was that?
I've heard some things that T-Mobile's little pink map that they show isn't 100% truthful. Now, I don't want
none of them.
Okay.
Only as far as we can. And 27 coming with the tier 1 slip for 6 months in advance. You know what that means? You go up the Cult of Doom pyramid. You are now from the tier 1s, you go up to the tier 2s. You know what that means? You get to tell people what songs to sing at Taco Bell now, or what restaurant to go to. That's what paying in advance gets you. It gets you special privileges, and also you get the slushy machine.
Oh, the whole slushy machine?
The whole slushy machine. That's usually only reserved for casters and VIPs.
Oh, that sounds like a Baja Blast to me.
Oh, there you go. You got it. All right. We're just waiting for the game to start here. I'm Biz Harvey at San. Oh, awesome, Flyman. 11. Oh, yeah, I forgot there was a 69-person challenge there today.
Oh, they had a challenge there today. Oh yeah, I saw some. I think I saw someone tweet about that.
Yeah, I saw a couple people. They had 2 pods. Oh my god, that means there was like 120 people, which I personally have never played in a Elite Cup or Challenge at a regional because usually I don't have the time on the second day, and I usually don't get in on Fridays until late, so I don't get the opportunity. Which I'll be in Portland, so remember, the January 5th Tournament of Doom is not happening unless someone really wants to volunteer to run it. Which
When is that one? January 4th?
January 5th. And that's because I'm going to Portland that day.
Are you going to Charlotte?
No, I'm only going to Portland and Vancouver.
Dang it, Doom! Stop avoiding me.
I don't do East Coast. It's expensive to fly. It's expensive to fly out of Seattle.
All right, you gonna meet me halfway and meet me at NAIC?
I've thought about it. I really did.
Oh, it's in New Orleans this year.
I know.
That's a good time.
What's up, Kekleon? Welcome back to the Cult of Doom. Yes, it has been a while. Oh man, I remember the Among Us days. Oh my god, that was so good. So many tears. Hopefully you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a while. Are you coming back into Pokemon? I know you took some time off from it. Which also, as a 10-month Cult of Doom subscriber, you can choose one of the fountain drinks in the Cult of Doom headquarters, which is under construction. 4 meals.
I hope it's Starry.
Starry. If it was my choice, it'd be one of those Coke freestyles.
Oh, the ones that you like, the ones that they usually have like a. Well, I don't want to say like a East Coast thing, and then Wendy's. That's cultural.
You can say Hardee's. I know that's Carl's Jr.
Do you guys have Zaxby's?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Like I hear people talk about Sheets and Buc-ee's, and I'm like, what? Those
okay, I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I don't get like the big like they're making one not far from where I live now, and I'm kind of excited because cute beaver, why not? But I don't understand the whole hype behind it.
I do. There's a wrestler I follow. He did a vlog. He's no longer blogging, sadly. If you know who he is, Ethan Page. He went with another wrestler and kept taking her to Buc-ee's about what's so great about it.
I'm gonna have to Google Buc-ee's now.
I'll see if I can find the YouTube of it and I'll send it to you because it's just a good one to watch, anyways. So Ethan Page, Buc-ee's, and like he took, yeah, it's the Buc-ee versus Sheet saga. There's a whole playlist of it. He has like 6 videos where him and someone they fight over Buc-ee's versus Sheets.
Oh no, this is not good. This is okay. I got it. This is not a good start for Maridon.
Classic Don things.
This is.
Oh man, what is NAFC? Because
what am I, a calendar?
Yes. If it's in July, I absolutely cannot do it.
NAIC 2024. I should probably put Pokemon in front of that because June 7th through 9th.
Oh, I might be able to do that. I have a couple projects in mind. If one of them does very well and I get enough money from it, after I pay off Mrs. Doom's trip, then I might be able to. Which then I would definitely show up in force and be like, hey, everybody, Mardi Gras.
Let's just talk financially here. If you're in chat and you haven't been to, if you haven't hashtag hired Doom or purchased a mat, from that good site where you can buy mats made by Mr. Senior Doom here himself, that Doom gaming website.
Oh look! Oh no, that's Tabletop Village code. Never mind. That's the other sponsor of the stream. Which, if you want to support Doom and you need Pokemon products, go to tabletopvillage.com. Brian and his team, blah blah. You've all heard it. But use code Doom5. That's DOOM numerical 5, and you save 5% on your order. And they have a very large selection. If they don't have it, you can always reach out to them. Brian's great about sourcing things. They go to like every regional as it is.
Really?
And they go to every regional, NAIC, Worlds, EUIC. They went to LAIC. So they get stuff from all of those. As Maridon survived here.
Yeah, by the skin of its teeth, too. They were a switch and a dark energy attach away from just taking this game away. Which is good for us, because now we got a game to talk about.
So afraid. I'm surprised you didn't put down another Pokemon.
Yeah, I am too, actually. I'm actually... What's the route here? What is the... Ooh, nothing off that generator. Like I said earlier, this is a very high roller deck. All right, who are... Let me pull up these deck lists.
Like, you don't want... It's hard to be like, you want the energy right now.
Yes, you want to take the first 2 prize KO here,
which you easily get if you go after the Squawkabilly. But now you've already used Arvin, so now you're not.
Well, right now, I think personally, I would wait on the Squawk until I can get an Iron Hands up, so I can take 3 prizes off of it. My goal here would be to build up a Maridon, use this vacuum to get rid of that capsule energy that's on the active moon, and then get a KO there.
Yeah, you want something 230, and the problem is there's not enough on the bench for the Raikou to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Which you can
man.
No, he hasn't attached return. If you're willing to use the Forest Seal Stone for it, get the energy.
Yeah.
Use the Switch.
It just feels so bad.
I know it feels so bad, but it puts you ahead in prizes.
Yeah, it's the prize you need to take. You need to be able to take the prize here. And the only bad part about this, too, is that you don't really guarantee yourself a backup attacker for next turn because you've used, 3 generators now?
Yeah, he's used them all. So
it puts you in a rough spot. Now, luckily, they do have the vacuum in hand, so that's great. But, yeah, I mean, you either manually retreat here or you use the switch and then you vacuum away something that isn't super important here. I would not get rid of the boss. I'd probably get rid of the Flaffy, as bad as it sounds.
I don't know if I use the switch here. I would probably just use the hard retreat because then you can use the switch next turn.
That's true, but if you could get an energy off the top deck, or even if you fleet foot into an energy, you could use that boss to go for Squawkabilly, and then you line yourself up for a nice 2/2/2.
You got to hit the lost vacuum now.
Yeah, you have to do it at this point
because there's a possibility. I think they play switch cart, and then if they switch cart, then that turn becomes lost.
Oh, they're gonna commit the 230. You got a vacuum.
You got a vacuum.
No.
I'm going to double check the list. I'm going to double check the list. Maybe they don't play. Maybe they don't.
But you know what? If they don't vacuum here, this isn't too bad either, because what you can end up doing is you could use the vacuum to get a KO on the active or the benched moon with the vacuum, and then knock out whatever is in the active, or use that boss to take a 4 prize turn.
You can also just be stuck here.
Yeah. Moon could be stuck here, which is going to be very beneficial to you. And you could also disrupt them.
Because then you can boss up the Squawkabilly.
Mm-hmm.
So I think knock off the moon, and then you attack with the Raikou because you have everything set up for it, pretty much. They're going to go for the attack. They got it.
If they have a switch, they got it 100%.
Well, they're using the energy switch. They're trying to attach to the active.
Oh, you're right. Do they have a... If they have energy and discard and a Sada in hand. I don't know. They're taking a second. Do they have it? I feel like if I had it, I'd slam those cards down so fast. Oh, double energy switch. Okay.
They might be being very tepid about it because they can't.
But now the Moon player's in a really bad position.
They have no energy out there, and I don't know because and they had to get rid of their Pokestop, which is beneficial card for them.
Yes. This is MetaMan. Okay, I pulled up their list. Oh man, yeah. Okay.
I'm hoping he sees the route.
He has to see the route here. So let's see here. You're doing 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140. What they could do here, and hear me out because it sounds crazy. Okay, now they 100% can make this play. They can put the double turbo on the Raikou, boss out the Squawk for KO. But before they KO, they lost vacuum away their Iono, keep the research in hand, and take a 4-prize turn here. That would be the move I make here, just to be as aggressive as possible, get ahead in the prize trade, because a lot of times it does come down to who they're going for. Perfect.
There we go. Vacuum time. Vacuum the Iono. The Iono is going to give you no. It's not going to help you. Don't.
That was so close.
Everyone's having a mini heart attack here.
Yeah. Everybody just returned to monkey when their 2 brain cells were just like, wait. Okay. Not bad prizes here either.
No, I mean you can use that hand next turn. You've got because you can Flaffy to like your Miraidon, or depending on what else prizes you get here. You're paying 230, and then nothing it has out there, 2-prizer wise, is surviving.
Yeah. And I like the position that they're in now, because the only disruption their opponent plays is a single copy of Iono. And and I was about to say, if they Iono, they lose every opportunity to most likely build up a Roaring Moon without a Sada. So they have to choose between, do I Iono to 2 or do I Sada?
And we just saw the Sada, so now
they've pretty much locked up this game.
As long as we don't see another ancient capsule, this should be pretty well done there. But even then, you just hit with the Miraidon for 240, and they can't frenzy gouge without just going to a sudden death, which you have to really believe in yourself on that sudden death, which we just saw that Pokestop for nothing.
Yeah. I think the only other out that Prowlers could have here is if they research and find their second rope. Which would
100% win the game.
Yeah, it would 100%. Well, now they don't need it, but
as long as that capsule doesn't come down, that's game.
Because Prowlers does only play 1 vacuum, so
yeah, you promote anything, you get another Flaffy, double generator, switch cart, you're done.
Yeah,
you're cooked. That's 230 right there.
Yeah, you just dump Path and Raichu. Doesn't even matter, or anything. It doesn't even matter.
Unless you prize the other Flaffy, then you're like, oh no.
Yeah, that's something I actually didn't even think about. But even then, if you prize the Flaffy, you just Dynamotor for 1 and then you research, or you Dynamotor for 1, you switch card, then you research. If you draw an energy, you are golden.
Well, that's a good thing coming up in chat. Is Alolan Vulpix going to see more play this weekend? Like they're saying their friend took second in the challenge playing Palkia Vulpix. There's some decks are really, really dependent on their abilities.
At first, I had no clue what Alolan Vulpix was for a second there. I was like, wait, what are we talking about? Yes, actually, I don't hate Vulpix.
It's
The
it, it could definitely shake stuff up.
It could shake stuff up. Um, I would say it depends on the matchup, right? Um, if you go up against Maridon plays generally two paths. If they play any of those paths down, they can start hitting into your Vulpix.
Or just straight up hits into you.
Yeah. Charizard. Do they have anything that they can actually hit you with? If
Not
you
really.
set up a Vulpix? No.
Radiant Charizard can't hit into it. Big Charizard cannot hit into it. You'd have to be hitting it with like Charmeleons, and Charmeleons are going to get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, and they're weak. They're weak to it. They're weak in HP and weak to water. So kind of like, why would you even do it? Yeah, no, I would say you would use it against Zard for sure.
If Guardy didn't have Scream Tail, then the Vulpix would be more for Guardy.
See, okay. I feel like you could still make it work if you played one or two Lost City in that deck. Because if you Lost City the Screamtail, if you literally get rid of that thing for the rest of the game, they have nothing that can really touch you at that point. And it's good against a lot of other matchups, right? We know that there's a lot of meta chasers out there that will look at only the top 8 of the last regional, and I mean literally only the top 8, look at what won and go, oh, I want to play that. So we know that there's probably going to be Sablezard lists out there if you're at San Antonio. And if that's the case, if you're playing Alolan Vulpix against that with like 2 copies of Lost City in it, then you can like Lost City away the Zard, Lost City away Sableye and stuff like that, and you're literally gonna win the game because Sablezard is only as good depending on how many decks are playing Lost City.
Lost City is becoming a little bit more popular in Charizards. Because like you said, you look at the top 8, okay, this is what's here, but then if you look below it, there's Maridon Flaffy all of a sudden, and it's still there. There's Snorlax Block is still coming. Gardevoir is still there. We have plenty of Inteleon Urshifus. Like, that one's out there. There's a Palkia at 34. More Cloths made day 2.
Yeah, I think it was a total of 4 Cloth decks and 4 Snorlax decks made day 2.
It was a very good game, Prowler and Adam Jester. And a decent cup of coffee. Welcome back to the Prophets of Doom, a subsidiary of the Cult of Doom, a subsidiary of Doomco, and a subsidiary of Taco Bell. Sorry, I was reading about subsidiaries today. That's why it's on my mind.
Nah, you good. You good.
But yeah.
I just want to see if you can keep the list consistent.
Yeah. Like the Lost Zard was interesting enough to me. Like, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to play this. I have all the cards IRL. So I'll be playing a $90 Roaring Moon. But, I mean, still. Like, Gardevoir Mewtwo still even made it. Like, you're still seeing reversal Guardies out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of Vulpix, if I'm being 100% honest with you. I do think you need to be a little bit careful against decks that play V Pokemon and Spiritomb, because Spiritomb will shut down their own V Pokemon, so they can still attack the Vulpix. And any deck that plays heavy Path, but I don't think a lot of decks are like really heavy into Path these days. But I would say Maridon would be like the one deck that you would probably want to use the Vulpix against, that it just wouldn't work because Path would just shut down all the abilities they could swing into Vulpix anyway.
Like, Path seems to be just Giratina's thing because it doesn't affect it at all. Who was it? It was Cilio say talking about Mew, Tina, and Gardevoir would be like his 3 decks he'd play, which is pretty solid. Those decks have been showing up to every regional and they're doing well. Like when Mew shows up in War and Force, Inteleon Urshifu all of a sudden goes down.
Yes.
It just doesn't have the answers to it. But then Charizard goes up because it has all the answers to Mew.
It even techs Spiritomb now.
Yeah.
So it's
So
like I love the back and forth of this meta.
like with me, Portland's is the next regional after San Antonio. I am watching this weekend with intent because it's going to affect my deck choice. So it might be Charizard's to lose, it might not be. The big thing is Charizard itself usually has a bad Gardevoir matchup, but it also depends on if the Gardevoir player is any good. Like this one here, this is your basic Pidgey one. There's nothing too much here. I don't even remember where you get this promo Charmander.
It's from the 151 box.
This one, the Ember?
Yeah, like it's like the poster box.
Oh, okay. I like, was it the ETB? Because I'm like, I have that one.
No, it was the. I think it only came with like 4 packs. 151.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. I've seen it a few times.
Yeah, poster collection's what it's called.
This one is a tech for Gardevoir, where you need to come up with a one prizer, and they would put like 100 onto their Gardevoir. Then you can come up with this and hit it for 40. Instead of hitting it for 30 or trying to do like steady fire breathing for 30. A little bit harder to set up. I mean, you have to set it up ahead of time, but you do it, it works. Lost City, their Gardevoir away. This one right here, Michael Heredia's list right now is doing pretty well, which I need to test more with that list. I don't know why. I think I'm having, and if you were to stream earlier this week, you probably watched me rage quit with Charizard. I feel like I'm missequencing the other Charizard decks outside of Bibarel, and the only reason Bibarel is so easy is because you know what you want to do turn one. You want to TM Evo.
Yes.
It sets you up so much easier. That's why I like it. But this just like the Pidgeot one, I just don't know what I'm not getting, and like I frustrated. I rage quit my own stream. I went and I spent some time like thinking it over. I'm trying to think it over. And like I feel embarrassed rage quitting my own stream. Like I don't want to be that person. I've only cried on stream once, and the reason I cried on stream though was a different reason. It was because I lost in the top 16 of the Players Cup 1. And it was such a oh my god, it was such a brutal thing. I was like having such a good run. I beat some really top players to get there. And I lost and I started to cry, and it made sense. I was emotional. It was a very, very strong thing. It was like the first tournament we had. I beat people like Chip Ritchie going in. I beat one of the Schmansky brothers. I think it was Alex. I want to say I beat some really good players getting into it, and then I lost, and then I found out later the person stream sniped me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I made it even worse. I was like, oh, come on. But that's how I met Tyson. So because I ended up rating his stream and he got in. And I was like, oh my God. So that's the story. That was like 3 years ago. God, have I?
You know, I personally don't think it's anything to be embarrassed about, though, because it's like you're a human being. You know, anybody would be crushed in that position.
Like it was just like my first really big showings of anything, like, especially after like the Limitless tourneys where we had 1,000 players. Like I took top 16 of that. And I was like, okay, I'm doing good. And then it was just like, yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm becoming more of a TO caster person than just a player anymore. But then again, I go to like a league cup of like 70 players and take second. And I'm like, oh hey, maybe I'm actually not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta look at the perspective that if you're casting these things and you're organizing these things, you gotta have some decent knowledge at the game to be able to like foresee what is going on, what the game plan is, all of that stuff, and then commentate on top of it.
As we're doing Doom's therapy session right now. This is the part of the podcast where we call it Doom's therapy session. What's up, Cash? And you're like, oh, hey, Jim, you just called it a podcast. Like 90% of the time, this ends up becoming like a half, three-quarters podcast. I mean, we got to fill time somehow, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not like a TPCI like funded thing where we've got stock footage of the last 7 years of games and stuff like that to run in between the. You got to fill the void somehow.
Find some stock crowd footage. Oh my god, this is so horrible. It's like this horrible CGI one. I just gotta show it on screen. So bad.
What is that?
It's like,
are they 3DS? Ew.
So bad. That was like the first thing that popped up. I didn't even see. Oh yeah, like full screen, like weirdly. But yeah. So sometimes you can be a little too hard on yourself, kind of thing. So
trust me, I know.
My goal for Portland is day 2. If not, at least win more games than I lose.
Try to go positive.
Which was like that was my goal on the League Cup, and then all of a sudden I was like in top 8, and then my first matchup was against Mew, and I rolled that in 10 minutes. I'm like, wait, I'm in top 4 now. Like, this isn't right.
Wait a minute.
Which I finally, if you probably saw on Twitter, I posted about I got 3 Cosmic Hollow Arvins out of my prize packs. The fourth one,
yes.
The 4th one came in today, so now I got the full set. I'm like, I don't think I've ever been as happy because I had a 4th stamped one, but the stamped one was non-Cosmic Hollow.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. You want them all to be Cosmic Hollow for sure. It's like, just they look so good.
And then I bought it the day before TPCI announced like the new restrictions.
Oh yeah, I saw that on Uncommon Energy.
It's a weird one.
It makes sense, but
I think also some people they hoard it, open it, and sell it, and that's what they're trying to stop. Whereas some people they try to give it away, they just don't have enough people. I mean, there's been some people saying they get like 15 at like one event. And I'm like, really?
I would love that.
I've gotten like 2. I got 3 at my last one. All right, let's see if there's any ties. It said it was done. Does not look like we have any ties. So that means we're just going to continue on.
Let's go.
That means we need to find a match.
Ooh, who do we got?
Well, we could see if one of the 4-0s can stream.
Yeah, sure. What are the 4-0s playing? Got Entei Valiant versus Giratina.
Let me see if I can get that one. Who's the players on that one?
That is Magidulce and Jam.
Asking them as a backup. Who else do we got? I always try to ask 2 people. I mean, we did watch Vortex versus Michael, but we already had him on earlier. Who's Elliot up against? That's Mirror. I don't think we want to watch that. The Rapid Strike Mirror.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Tommy B. That was it. That was the other one.
Tommy B.
He's playing the RCS box.
Oh yes.
So I've sent for both of them. We'll see if any of them streams. Otherwise, we do have Vortex we can jump to.
Tommy B with the Arc box. Oh, Andy's up against Zard.
So I want to see that. We also do have Blazy. Blazy's always a good, strong play. He is currently 3-1. He's playing against Cash. It's a rematch of a match we saw earlier, essentially.
Gotcha.
But we do have Blazy as well. So we have 2 players. I just want to see if we can get one of the more funnish kind of decks on.
Something a little more unique from what we're used to seeing.
Oh, there it is. There he is. All right,
we got it.
We got it.
Arceus. Find the shape matchup.
I drove you off for a second, but how many rounds tonight? 7. We are only doing 7 tonight because there's not enough people for 8. I mean, we could do 8, but it just doesn't make sense.
They got the jams playing on this one.
I'm trying to get the game set up. There it is.
Oh, this one's got my excitement through the roof.
So this is Jam versus this is the Entei one. Okay, I thought it was the Arceus one. Sorry, the Arceus one. The Arceus hasn't checked in yet.
Oh, dang it. That's fine. This one's actually going to be a pretty interesting matchup too. This is Valiant versus Tina.
As I say for everyone, if you're able to stream, thank you so much. It helps. We like to try to get people on, especially people who haven't been on before. It helps with show people in the community. You find new players, you find new interesting things, and it's always so great. And like that's what we want to see. Ooh, Squawk and Charizard. And they started the Tina. I feel like you gotta put the Charizard down. Which sucks because it went right into ad break.
Oh man, this is actually like. Wait, does Jam not have like VIP pet? Nothing. But this could be good.
Entei doesn't get a KO here.
Yeah, you kind of want to limit the amount of comfy you put down because of all the Valiants in this list.
Yeah, but you also know they don't play oh, do you even want?
Wow.
I think you you fleet-footed into more energy.
Where are the Pokemon at?
You could Squawk here, but that's so many things you're losing. Switch cards, everything.
Yeah, you lose a lot of switch power here. And you don't want to put the Bravery Charm on your Entei because that's the only V Pokemon that can take a 4 Seal Stone.
The evolution could even come into play too.
Yeah, that as well. But you could always use that on but that's their only devolution.
Yeah. So that's gone.
Well, we got a VIP pass, so
there we go.
We're getting set up, just probably losing a lot of resources we didn't want to lose.
But their start was so bad though as well.
Yeah, it was. Now here's the interesting thing. You can switch cart into Valiant and put damage on this Tina. Or you could escape rope and just attack with Entei. Or sorry, you can switch cart into Entei and just knock out the Sableye here. Or you can switch cart into Valiant, put damage on Tina, and then rope into Giratina. I think putting damage on the Tina makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Like you put bits on the Sableye, put it on a timer, and then just start attacking into the Tina V. They're really behind. They have nothing in the lost zone, so you are pretty much just chilling. You know they're not going to be able to attack you next turn with this Giratina, so I like this.
Take the 120. Now you've got damage on it. If it stays there, it's knocked out.
The only worrying thing is that you don't have much of a next turn besides fleet footing. Guess you could start building up the Zard if you wanted to, but I don't know.
God, this is not good for Jam.
You see, we were talking so good about Giratina before this match. And then sometimes you get these kinds of starts with Giratina. Okay, this is perfect. Being able to set up 2 Entei is extremely crucial in this matchup. So I like that a lot. That nest ball really came in clutch.
So you just KO the active and just keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's stabilized on a timer, whether they like it or not. So, yeah, just getting the KO on the active is good enough here. Unfortunately, though, because they only have 2 Valiants in play, there's not a single Pokemon they can, like, get a knockout on with Valiant Ping's next turn.
I think you just bring back up the Entei. The Enteis are going to be attacking.
Yeah.
Daycamp did redeem random facts, so we do need to come up with a random fact. Well, here's a random fact right now. It's a new one. There's a current bug in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with the new legendaries that when you catch them, they are given fully randomized IVs and not 3 guaranteed perfect IVs. Which we don't know if that will be retroactively fixed once they fix it, because it needs it. It seems like it's a quick fix, like they just kind of, it's like something didn't turn on, or if you'll actually have a chance to catch like five IV legendaries, 5 to 6. Really low chances, but it might be the only way you can legitimately do that, or legitimately get one with 6 horrible IVs. I don't know if they've already fixed it or not, though. So that is actually something I should look up if they have fixed it or not. But it came up on some VGC people I was following. They're like, "Oh no, don't go catching the legendaries right just yet." Not that I think people are still looking for Meloetta as it was. Let's see.
All right, this was the fact I was looking for. Let's see here. All right, so random fact. The fax machine was invented in 1843, which means that Abraham Lincoln could have sent a fax to a samurai.
Okay, that's good.
Which is crazy to think about, because usually, like, don't think Abraham Lincoln was around during the time of the samurai. All right, so Tachyon bits 60 here. Oh, just the concession.
There's nothing happened there.
Yeah.
Well, we do have some other games still going. Let's see what we can jump to. Vortex is live, so we'll see how that game's going.
Absolutely.
Because that was a quicker game than I thought it would be. I thought we were going to have a good hard fought battle, and it turned out no. But hey, that happens sometimes.
That's just Tina. It's either going to start super hot, or you're going to start Giratina and literally nothing else.
So this is the battle of the 4-0s, though. So this is 2 going at it. Charizard versus the lost box. Still, it's like Soul Box 1. It's just the newest variation of it. I still need to play through the new Indigo Disc DLC. I was going to hold off a few days.
Yeah, I haven't played any of the DLCs.
The first one, the Teal Mask, is actually really good, and it sets up for the second one.
I was gonna get them because I've always been interested in VGC, and I hear that like the new DLCs are like VGC godsends.
Yeah, we got like Incineroar comes back, which Incineroar is one of the strongest first Pokemon, first partners they call them now, not starters. Excuse me. You can have, because it has Intimidate, it has good typing with Fire Dark, and has good physical moves.
Yeah, I might I might pick them up sometime, just like dabble in VGC a little bit. I saw Whimsicott came back.
Yeah, Whimsicott is one of the ones I have. I have a shiny Whimsicott.
Yeah, see, I like that for Tailwind.
I've had that for 4 generations now.
Oh man, I'm gonna bust out my old black and white cartridge.
I have a Garchomp I've had for like 3 generations is shiny. That's been around. I have a shiny Sylveon from XY that's been around forever. Oh man, what else do I have? I've got some Pokemon that were competitive that were shiny, and it was just like so many good ones. I finally got a shiny Fuecoco.
Oh, you hatched that one, or are they catchable in the new one?
They're hatchable. You can't catch them.
So even in the new DLC where you can catch all the partners, you can't catch the Paldean ones?
Nope.
What a ripoff.
Yeah, and Sorara is great because of Intimidate. Hisuian Arcanine took its place, which Hisuian Arcanine right now has been like in the champion of like every regional lately.
Really?
Yeah.
But he's a rock fire type, right?
Yes. But he's also got Intimidate.
Yeah. Intimidators are usually really good. That's why like people were playing Gyarados too. I'm
just happy now that I can get another Cubfu for my living dex collection of legendaries. I was trying to do a full living dex. I might do that at some other point. It's difficult. It's a lot of organizing. Because I have both Rapid Strike and Single Strike Urshifu. But I had to play through the DLC of Sword twice to do that, and it was a pain in the ass. Like, so all I did is essentially I took my starter, transferred it to another game where I could power level it to 100, sent it back, and because it's your first partner, it obeys all your commands. Ooh, that Tauros hurts.
That stung.
So then you're just able to go through and play the whole game and just keep pressing A. You just go through the whole game and you beat everything. And then then you have to still level it up, and then you have to still level up the Urshifu to like 60 or something like that before you can even finish its quest. So it sat with me and it did everything, and then it went from there. But like in the new DLC, there's like Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. I've got like 6 of those. I'm not even going to go after them. I'm so tired of them. I'm like, I don't need these legendaries anymore.
I think it's super sick that they made them super accessible like that. Is Cresselia one of the ones that you can catch? Because I remember people freaking out about Cresselia being like legal in whatever regulation they were in. So they had to go like either catch one of their old ones from like Platinum or bring it up, or go into Arceus and get it that way.
I think you had to do it that way because Cresselia is not on here, but Darkrai is. I'm looking at the full list right now. Like the
gotcha.
Legendary birds are there, but not their Galarian forms. The legendary beast are there, but they also have their paradox forms, which the Suicune one isn't available. The Walking Wake. And then
yeah, that was a special raid.
Yeah, which I got that one, but I didn't get the other one.
Same.
And which really disappoints me because I'm like, I need that one for my living dex. Like it's in my dex. I fought it and put it in the dex, but I don't have one. I'm hoping at some point they do it. I need also ones I can't get right now is Zarude and Marshadow. Like that's preventing me from having a full dex on Pokemon Home.
Zarude and Marshadow, which they were introduced in
Sun Moon.
Marshadow was Sun and Moon, yeah. Was Zarude Sun and Moon too?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're like right by each other in the decks. I'm actually opening up my Pokemon Home right now.
That feels like forever ago.
But I'm playing Pokemon Go, just watching, waiting to see if they show up on raids there again.
Oh, right, because you can transfer those Pokemon into your home, right?
Yeah, I've got one of my Zamazentas has a Go mark.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh man, this this Charizard's just going off. Yeah, I'm watching the raids. I haven't actually touched Go like in a week.
I rarely ever play Go these days. But I think I have a Zarude in there you could just have. Like, I never play this game.
like if you do, I would love that.
Yeah, I do have a Zarude.
Because that one, the stupid grass paradox one. Like I'm looking right now. I have to update my Pokemon Home. It's like, you need to update. It's gonna be like now you're missing more because of the newest one, but that's fine. I have the DLC. Things just feel bad. Like you kind of need that Roaring Moon to take a KO here.
Yeah, it puts you in a really rough spot. I remember when Roaring Moon was like coming out, it was like, oh, this is gonna be our Charizard answer. It is not. Charizard can handle moons pretty easily.
That's stuff in the Wonder Box. Nope. I'm like, oh crap! Did I leave a whole bunch of Pokemon in the Wonder Box? Which sucks because about the Pokédex thing about having like the new ones. Oh, it hasn't shown them up yet. Yeah, it's Marshadow, Zarude, Enamorus, Miraidon, and the stupid Virizion Paradox. And the Miraidon, I expect that to be a giveaway at some point, like either shiny or not.
Oh yeah, they were shiny locked in the original game, weren't they?
Yeah, that's what they ended up doing with Solgaleo and Lunala. They and
Mm-hmm.
Zacian and Zamazenta. At some point, the shiny versions are given away, which disappoints me because I like Zacian. I never got the shiny version because I just didn't want to go down to GameStop.
Ah, good old not wanting to go to GameStop gets you again. I never want to go to GameStop either. I avoid it if I can.
And so, I mean, they're up to 3 prizes now, but now Charizard just KOs. How do you come back?
It's hard, man. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, they don't play devolution in this list. So it makes it extremely difficult to like spread damage counters around on Zard and de-evolve it. So that's like one of the main things that you could like really do with a Lost Box deck that makes, you know, beating Zard manageable. Because even if they do play like Tool Jammer, you could always just vacuum that away. But in this position, there's really not much you can do. You kind of like have to hope they whiff energy on their last Zard over there.
That's if you can even get this Zard in the active KO'd.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. You got to still go through 2 Zards. I don't see a possible out here. Well, the Roxanne isn't bad.
And you're losing.
But
you're losing your Roaring Moon now to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, thanks to that Lost City.
Okay, have we seen um how is the KO that Pidgeot?
Well, even then they could just bring up the Zard and just go for KO.
It's the problem is does the Iron Hands have enough to be able to do that? You have access to Counter Catcher. Thin the deck. You need to thin the deck. Don't not put something down. You have to win on this turn. I just don't know if they have anything that increases their damage to the Iron Hands to hit the 280.
I don't think they do. Like if they were playing what is it, the Defiance Band?
We gotta
Then maybe
double check his list.
I don't see it.
Nothing.
Yeah, so earlier on in the game, in this situation, you want to prioritize getting some damage counters on the Pidgeot.
Now you're hoping they don't have the last energy.
And that's the tricky part, right? Because the Pidgeot can just search for whatever they want.
Right now,
So if that energy's in there,
you don't even have access to energy right now.
mm-hmm.
There's 3 in the discard. That's 7 there. So there's a possibility.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where you make them have it, right? You have to make your opponent have it. You got to make them jump through hurdles. Well, we're about to find out.
Like if they obviously don't have the I don't know if they have enough rods, possibly. Boss's orders. That
Brings up hands. Oh, I see. Okay, they don't have energy.
So you could you still switch card here.
Yeah, I would not have put down that Artisan.
They don't have enough energy.
Oh wow, they don't have anything.
They have to find the Clara.
Yeah, they would have to find Clara.
Find Clara
and rod things back into the deck. Because they don't even have Mirage Gates.
You get it manually attached over 4 turns.
Yeah.
Or you put it on the Sableye. You get the one energy you need on the Sableye. And then it's 12, 24, 360, 3 turns on the active.
Mm-hmm. That's the only way that you have an out here. The other... I mean, here's the thing, right? Okay, so the Zard doesn't play any switches at all. It's already used its Professor Turo, which we saw. They don't play any Pal Pads.
Wait.
So they only play 8 energy. There's 4 on the board. If there's 4 energy in their
Super
discard...
Rod. Please tell me he sees the Super Rod.
Oh, thank goodness. At this point, it doesn't matter. Just put everything in there.
No, like I said,
oh, no, wait. They're not going to have enough. They're not going to have time.
No. Well, no. They could next turn.
It's going to take them 3 turns to build it up to get 1 attack off.
You can Clara, and if you left a Psychic Energy in there it is. You switch. You attack with the...
oh, you're right. 120 onto the Pidgeot and then boss it.
You can't put anything you can't put anything on the Pidgeot. The Jirachi's in play.
Oh, you're right. The Jirachi is in play. Yep.
No, I don't think he wins. I don't think there's a win condition now.
Yeah, it's too late. There's too little resources in the deck to actually get it going. The only thing I can see possible, right, is if, well, even then, you still have 3 turns to try and figure it out. I was going to say you could put like a Psychic Energy on the Sableye and then just ping Zard over 3 turns, but you only got 3 cards left in deck.
You just don't have enough cards to do it.
Well, hold on. He might actually. If he Claras, does he have Psychic and Discard? If he has Psychic and Discard and Claras for it, right? Then he does 120 now, 120 next turn, which is his draw for turn, and then on his last turn.
You put it back in deck.
Oh, he put it back in deck.
I think it's very much in Arm Press isn't enough.
Yeah, it's only, what, 280?
Yeah, you're still missing.
Oh, no.
You can
3 turns with Cram. 3 turns with Cram would actually do it.
You need enough to get there, but
yeah, he does 110 now. He draws for turn. Next turn, that's 220. Then he draws his last card for the game. That's 330. This is his out.
Then he loses. He has to use Ampy very much to win.
He does 110 now, and then he draws for turn. That leaves him 1 card in the deck. He attacks again. That's 220.
He still has to attach twice, and then he has to be able to attach once more to get the Cramorant out. If he had left the Beach Court in instead of putting the Artisan, he had an out.
Well, no. What I'm saying is right now he has his out. He just attacks with Cramorant 3 times.
Right, and then he loses because he only gets 2 prizes.
Oh, you're right. He's got 3 prizes. Yo, I didn't even realize. I thought he had 2 prizes left. You're right.
No, otherwise, he would win.
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah. When he put down that Artisan, I was so confused too because I was like, you had a Beach Court.
And then when he played the Colress, he essentially decked himself out.
Yep. Oh, that's so not cool. Yeah, I thought he only had 2 prizes left. I didn't realize he had 3. Oh no. If he had 2 prizes left, this would have been an incredible finish.
That's all you can do there.
Yeah.
Straw pass. I've done that with so much with Colress, where I think I have so many more cards, and then I don't.
Yeah. But see, that's where those micro decisions with lost decks really matter, right? It's the fact that you have to, every little decision you make matters. And that just goes to show it right there. If he had a couple more turns and oh man, but that Jirachi too, like you couldn't really like pound down on the,
you can like take out the Jirachi on the bench and then work on something else.
Yeah, I feel like it could have been a completely different game if he had built up a Sableye and then never used Colress, used Sableye, started putting damage counters on the active Charizard, and then hand attaching once per turn onto the Iron Hands. That would have been the only way.
I'm gonna try to get Symphony and Jam on. I don't know if they can, but Michael, you came very close to also being stuck. It was a good match. It was a very good end. I'm trying to see who else we got. Might as well try Chin Pack and John P if they can. And then Lazy going up against. Let's get Blazy because it's Alakazam.
Alakazam?
Yeah. Blazy, if you're in chat, can you share your screen, please? It's a 3-2 versus something lower, but I mean, I want to see the Alakazam.
Alakazam is very interesting to me. I feel like Alakazam could do really well in something like a Block Lax deck.
I think there was a couple versions of that out there. I'm trying to remember who else I asked. Okay, someone said they would burst into flames if they tried to stream. That's understandable. Yeah, it's surprising. It's one of those, like we were talking about, some micro decisions that ended up costing. I don't know what you got down, pair, dude. But it was
good old Limitless.
Yeah, but it was a very good matchup. Both players, both of you are here, and like definitely sweating. Like Michael's saying, he was out of energy. He had no way of getting that Charizard out of there. That's like an issue Charizard runs into, is where you just don't have a way of retreating sometimes, and you just lose. Which is like the absolute worst thing you can have happen.
Yeah. But that's the thing about Zard. It's so strong, but it's like sometimes its worst enemy is itself. But Yeah, I mean the micro decisions of that game
If you're
on both
five,
sides were interesting.
if you're 5-0, yes, you cannot. You should probably be ID right now. If you're both 5-0, because 502 should be a guaranteed in. Should.
Yeah, that 502 should 100% be a top 8. It's 7 rounds, right?
Yeah, 7 rounds.
Yes, the 502 should be a guaranteed.
Yeah, call a judge, and I'll jump in and give you guys a tie as long as you both agree.
All right, so what do we got here? We got Blazy.
He's playing a similar Lost Box Charizard deck as we just saw Prince Vortex playing, but he's going up against a Alakazam deck.
2-2-1 Alakazam. Okay. I feel like this matchup might be favored towards the Lost Box deck.
I would think so, but we never know. Like,
Yeah.
they got the safeguard, but the safeguard's not going to stop. It's not stopping anything in Lost Box.
That's what I was getting to. Like the reason why I think it's favored is because like if Alakazam goes up against literally any other deck in the format right now besides Lost Box, it's got a really good shot because you're hiding behind the Mimikyus. You have the Clef keys to turn off abilities. So that is actually a really good lock to have against Lost Box. If you can get like double Clef key down, and just start smacking the active with Alakazams, you're going to be in a really good spot from stopping your opponent from being able to get 4 into the lost zone. But not only that, if they do get the Cramorant in the active, that Clef key just stops Cramorant from being able to attack anyway because it loses its lost provisions.
Oh my god, the Clef key is going to be horrible to deal with.
Yes. So while I think Lost Box is favored, there's a lot of little things in this that could actually go astray for Lost Box that puts Alakazam in the lead. So it's going to be a really cool match to watch. Will they even play Grabber in this? No Abra on the bench yet, though. Getting rid of the Jirachi.
Does Jirachi even come and play in this?
No, because Alakazam doesn't do... There's no damage counter, like, to bench with this deck, is there? I mean, there's Mimikyu, but that's the active, right? So... Yeah, Jirachi's kind of a dead card in this matchup. I don't hate this move at all. Just get the Bibarel out so you can start drawing next turn. Like, normally you would want to wait until you had an Abra so you can get your Kadabra down, but I don't hate this. Being able to draw is pretty good. Ooh.
Like, I thought, I'm really sitting here, I'm like, man, like maybe it was different. Maybe I thought it would be easy, but then I didn't realize Clef Key was going to show up. But the Abra's not out there.
Yeah. A little slow on getting the Abra.
I keep waiting for if we're going to get a reprint of Garbotoxin.
Oh, God.
Like, there's nothing as broken to make Garbotoxin like Floatstone was. But
that's true.
Still, like, what was it's still something.
I feel like let me look up Garbotoxin real quick. Because I feel like there is something in the format now that could make it pretty good. Okay, never mind. So the Garbodor with Garbotoxin had 3 retreat cost. If they were to reprint Garbotoxin, it would need to still have 3 retreat cost.
What made it broken was the Floatstone. And Floatstone, I don't think we'll ever see a reprint. How you doing, Stellar?
I don't foresee them reprinting Floatstone anytime soon.
After they started printing stuff like a skateboard, air balloon, stuff like that. Maybe an A-Spec. Actually, you know what? That's true. We don't even know what the A-Specs are yet.
That's true, yeah. An A-Spec Floatstone. That would actually be kind of sick. I feel like Garbotoxin would kind of be balanced right now, too, because a lot of decks are playing Lost Vacuum, so you do have a way to actually deal with it so it wouldn't be like overly busted. But it would be coming at a time where we're losing floodgates, right? Like, because we're losing path to the peak already.
Right. Because we're going to have a whole format where Path to Peak's not going to be there. So stuff like I almost think Arceus is going to be like a more popular deck come rotation. But then again, we don't know what's coming in A-Specs yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get a new computer search? Are we going to get just reprints of what was already there, which was okay? But when they've been doing stuff like A-Specs, Radiant, Radical, or whatever the amazing rare ones, they've all been fairly usable.
Well, not charge a bug.
Okay. When 90% of them are still good.
Yes. I don't know why they made charge a bug. Like, why? Of all the Pokemon.
Now, here's the issue. Yeah, they got the Alakazam set up.
Yeah, the Alakazam is here to play now, so
but
this is going to get interesting.
But they have now access to Great Catcher. I mean, the Catcher.
That is true. They do have access to Catcher now. But do you want to grab Counter Catcher here? If, like, you know you're going to get knocked out this turn doing nothing, I would grab a Colress and just kind of like hold on to that. Because you know you're not doing anything this turn. You can't get a knockout. You can't Flower Selecting. You need cards in the Lost Zone. Wait, do they not have like Zard or anything?
I didn't see the Zard. Bring up the Bibarel, but the Bibarel still doesn't matter because you take the Counter Catcher every time.
Yeah, you get counter. Yeah. Oh, that was a mistake.
They could have just hard retreated there.
Yeah, they could have. That's what I would have done because you know you're going to get knocked out anyway, and these comfies are kind of like keeping you busy. You could have done 110 to the Bibarel, and then that's something that you could Sableye later. Because you got the one thing about like the Alakazam deck is you do have a lot of like 70 HP Pokemon lying around, and that would have been a good opportunity to get like really set up for multi-prize turns.
I definitely hope we do get Terra support in the next one. I have no idea what we're going to see because we got so many Pokemon that haven't used yet, like the Fluttermane, Iron Thorns, Ogerpon, the new Terrapagos. We probably
yeah, new turtle.
Because if they follow what's there or how they've done it previously, we'll get we'll get Ogerpon first, and then the next set will be Terrapagos.
I will say this: when it comes to the A-Specs, I'm predicting we're getting a Master Ball.
And that card again?
Yeah, I just think like generic search is extremely powerful already. Like Nest Ball is pretty good, but Ultra Ball is probably the most played like search card for Pokemon. Because you'll see decks that will play like, I think like there's been Miraidon decks out there that'll play like one Nest Ball but 3 Ultra Ball. So like Ultra Ball itself, even though like it comes at a cost of discarding 2, is so good. Having like an A-Spec card like Master Ball where it's just you only get one in a deck, but you can search any Pokemon you want, I think would be so sick to have again.
I was looking at Master Ball just to see. It was essentially Great Ball originally. I forgot that's what it was. Look at 7 cards from the top of your deck. Choose a basic or evolution card. Show it to your opponent. Then put it in your hand. Shuffle the rest back into your deck. That's just what Great Ball is now.
Yeah, that's Great Ball.
That was way back in the Neo format.
We see how much play that gets these days.
I think you definitely hold on to the Devo here because that could actually come into play.
Yeah, you could just spread some damage around.
Yeah, no, it comes into play massively.
Mm-hmm. You get rid of their only Alakazam, you get rid of their only attacker. And then
And
when
you
they
can
put
get rid
down
of
an
the-
Abra, you just go for it.
They're not out of this yet. They are
Mm-mm.
not out of this yet. Things got interesting. I forgot they played the devolution, Devo.
Yeah,
we
that's huge here.
Are we not min? Oh, he's going to go after the Sableye, which is the right move.
I'm trying to figure out a way that like that Lost Box kind of like gets out of this, right? Because they missed a crucial turn not putting 110 on that barrel, right? Which could have set you up for a multi-prize turn already.
We do have access to Raihan. We have access to Roxanne. There's Rod. That's
you get that
pretty
Rod.
good. How many did they have in the Lost Zone?
I don't know. I didn't get to see if they're close. They have to be closing into 10 soon here, but at this point, they might just be a turn too late. This would get them to 10. I think you don't grab the Psychic Energy here. I think you grab the Colress, right?
How many Psychic Energies do they have in deck is the list? Because if it's only one, that's one of their win conditions.
True, but they do have the Rod, right? And if you grab the Colress and if you find a Nest Ball here, you can pretty much knock out that Alakazam next turn with the Devo. So what I think you do here is...
Okay, how did they do the Alakazam? Did they use a...
Oh, that's a good question. Did they candy? But it's been so long that they could have easily gotten the second candy already. I feel like you need to get damage on that Alakazam this turn. Like, that is so crucial. If they can get a Fog Crystal or a... Oh...
I was almost to say if you could Rod, Raihan, grab the Cramorant, catch her up the Alakazam and put the damage on it.
Yeah. That would have been a really good move to make. Oh, they're gonna go for the Devo now, though.
I think you have to.
Just to kind of like force them to have the rare candy. Oh, that thumbs up emoji is telling me they got the rare candy in hand.
Like, it would have been so nice to get a Sableye beforehand. Oh.
Uh-oh.
It gave him a easy retreat.
Yep. Yep, they're no longer locked into that barrel anymore. And there's the candy. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if they had done 110 to that barrel and kind of like focused on getting some damage around, then that Sableye would have been a million times better later. And now that Sableye is kind of just chilling in the discard because they did not rod it last turn. I don't know why, but I would have used Super Rod last turn for sure.
I think this is one of the hard things about playing against decks like this. You don't always know your line of play.
Yeah. Yeah, it again comes down to all of these tiny little micro decisions. They had prized a Sableye. Did they only play 2 or did they play 3? They only played 2.
And they prized the other technical Devo.
Oh, no. They're way too behind now.
What you have to do here, you have to take a KO and you have to pray that the prize you get is that Devo machine.
Yep.
You put 7 on the active.
Yeah, you definitely go 7 on active.
And then 5 on the Alakazam.
Yep. I don't know if I agree with the Roxanne here.
I mean, technically, you don't even have to do 7 on the active. You can do 7 on the bench or whatever.
Yeah. You could do 7 anywhere. As long as you're doing 5 to that Alakazam, that's what's important here.
And if you get it off the prizes, amazing.
Oh, this is about to be the biggest prize card grab of this player's career.
Yeah. Here you go.
Let's see it. Oh, it's the Zard.
The Zard anyways.
Yup.
Because you had to grab the Zard anyways.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. I mean, I appreciate, using the Devo earlier because you knew they used a rare candy and that could have bought you time, but it was so long ago and you don't play a lot of Disruption that the odds of them having a candy again were still there. I appreciate the risky plays like that. Sometimes they do pay off. This time it just didn't.
He gets the Devo, right? And then the whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing changes. But he had a 1 in 6 shot of getting that Devo. And the worst thing is now, even if he gets the counter catcher,
yeah, if he had gotten the, okay, you know what? I don't hate this play.
Oh yeah, it doesn't actually survive a hit.
It would survive a hit, but the problem is dimensional hand, or not dimensional hand. That first attack.
What's the first attack do?
Would it survive? It's 90 plus 30 damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So it would do 90.
120, 150. As long as he doesn't bench anything,
he'd be fine.
The barrel.
I love this. This is perfect. This is exactly what you want to see. Now, if they don't have like a boss's orders in hand. Oh no!
He tried.
Yep.
10 short. He tried for the Devo move again.
Oh man. If they had gotten Devo here, it would have been completely different.
Then you can even attach it to the active and then it wouldn't matter.
Oh no. It's over. I don't think there's a way to actually like survive this at this point. Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do.
You just win here. Oh my, 1 in 5 shot again.
This game would have been insane if they had gotten the Devo.
Like this is one of those times where like the pricing was just enough to like make the whole thing go wonky.
And that's what makes our game unique. That's what makes our game so unique.
But yeah, let's look at this list. Like he's trying to hide, and like you got a thing to it, and Pidgeot V and everything. The evolution, 2 Kadabra. So like the fact that you use rare candy.
Yeah, you don't have to use rare candy in this list at all because you do have Kadabra. Thank you, Uri Geller.
I know, finally back. Yay.
20 years. Woohoo.
It took him 20 years to realize that it wasn't really making fun of him.
Yeah, kind of like an honorary thing once you've seen that Pokemon is the biggest franchise on the planet.
I think that's what changed his mind. He thought it was going to be a flash in the pan, done. It was just take care of it now, and then it'll disappear and never be a thing.
Yeah.
And then it didn't. And it stuck around.
I think I remember seeing like an interview or something with him, and he was talking about his grandkids and how they're into Pokemon, and he was like, "Didn't I sue them? What was that about again?"
Oh right, I let my ego get in the way.
Because I can bend spoons with my thumb real good.
Lazy, that was a good game, and it literally came down to like you did the right thing, taking out the whatever it was called, the beaver, and like if you got the de-evolution off that, GG on them, they're done.
Yeah, that game would have been yours.
I mean, you'd have to get the Charizard out of there because they could always just come up and joust it, but it still would have been way better. All right, let's go ahead and update our standings. See where we got going into top cut, possibly. Currently got Entei, Valiant, they tied. Same thing with Michael, they tied. They should be fine. I don't think there's a world where they don't make it. No, we're pretty much in clean cut.
This is these are the updated standings that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I updated. I think we got our cut.
Everyone 501 is 100% in.
Yeah. So yeah, Vortex will probably finish out with you because you'll play. Everyone else should be IDing. There should be no reason they're playing.
Because they're all fives. Yeah, everybody that's in the top 8 now will probably ID.
Well, actually, you know what? This is the issue. We do have a 5-0 and a 4-1 going.
Oh, so you're right.
We might not have a clean cut.
You're right. If the 5-0 loses here, right?
Yeah, the 5-0 wins, then we have a clean cut. If the 4-1 wins, then we don't. Then things get interesting. So no, we don't have a full clean cut yet.
So it's all up to Giratina and Zard.
But the 501s, I believe, can ID again. They should, or they can even lose. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, 511 is definitely safe. 511 is definitely. Well, I say definitely safe, but if you're no, 511 should definitely be safe. Yeah, because you'll be at
16 points.
Yeah,
I don't know. It varies. It's the 500 here. If they go 6-0, they go to top. Everyone gets knocked down 1. They should be down paired to one of the 501s. They would want to ID by then. So
that's true.
But if the 501 gets down paired, depending, and again, it comes down to your opponent win percentage. Cash if he has to play. Cash if he has to play, it has to play. If there's any chance of him not making cut.
Right. Yeah, it's all going to come down to if Giratina beats the Zard list or not. Because then they'll be 6-0. Yeah, they'll be the highest match point player. That'll bump everyone down 1. Cash will go to 8. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, this is where it gets weird. And like you can ID, but like for Cash, it's more of a risky ID.
Yeah.
Versus like Jam is a very safe ID.
Oh, you know what? This actually would get interesting though. If the 5-0 player does win, right? Everybody gets knocked down 1, right? So that would put Cash at 8, and it would put this.
No, Cash would stay. The standings would stay the same. It was just top 4 would get knocked down 1. If
top 4 would get knocked down.
If the 4-1 wins, he has a 56.
Mm-hmm.
That would knock the 47 down to 9. Cash into 8. Everyone else.
You're right, because it introduced another 5 win.
Everyone below Jam would go down 1.
Yep. Okay. And that would make it interesting because then that would mean that there's a person with a 5 win at the 9th slot.
Right.
So that person's gonna have to play.
And right now, this is the last match we're waiting for.
Oh man. And anticipation.
The thing is, like, I've had people ask me, like, in round 7 when we have like what we think is a meaningless match going on. No, every match is still meaningful to someone. Percentages change with like a single win or loss, and you can lose a position so fast. Yeah,
that's like when I'm at like a cup or a challenge or something, and there's like 2 players that are, let's say they're like 2-3 at a six round cup before they go into Top Cut. People are like, oh, this match shouldn't matter. We know who the Top Cut is. Well, no, you don't, because if one of the people that is relying on one of those players to win is sitting at that bubble because there isn't a clean cut, that match matters.
I had at my local cup, my opponent offered to ID me. I knew what the win percentages were. Theirs wasn't good. Mine was. I said, yeah, we should be guaranteed. I lied. I was guaranteed. He wasn't. He was dependent on another match. The 501. It just reported. No, he lost. No, I'm sorry. He lost. He reported as a loss. Oh.
So Ricardo won?
Ricardo won. So we got a. That means
got spicy.
Things got so spicy here.
We have a win-in match.
Yeah. There you go.
So Cash is at 8. So Cash does not ID here, right? Like there's no, if you're at 8 right now because there's a 5-1 at 9th, then the person that's 5-1 at 9th has to play, period.
Now we have to watch Vortex, because if Vortex wins and other people does, he's got a 64% opponent win percentage. He gets in on the 5-2s.
Oh, you're right. Well, that's yeah, we're gonna have a 5-2 get in, aren't we?
We might have a 5-2 getting in. We're going Vortex. That's essentially going to be a winning in, possibly.
That's our potential winning in, because now, and Cash is probably at 48.3 is not safe to ID either. And if Cash gets paired with, now did Cash already play? No, Cash never played this Kaikarada?
No. Kakarita got paired up with Jam. I'm checking the matchups. Vortex got Calvin, which is a Charizard. Mm-hmm. So there's a good possible winning in here.
Which one of these players got down paired?
Lori 127 to Moxie, which we could also watch that if Moxie. Hey Nelson, can you set up on table 6 with us, please? We can actually jump between the games. That's another one that's going to be important.
Yeah. So Prince Vortex is currently on a winning end because of his 62%.
And and Roxy, if he wins,
possibly takes that 5-2 slot as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to play. Moxie has to play, or he could ID. He could.
Moxie?
Yeah, he could.
Moxie's 4-2.
But if he wants to get going.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
All right, Chimpack and Magi just ID'd. So there's our first ID.
Okay, that one makes sense because they're the 502 players. Or one of them's a 502 player. It looks like Michael's playing at 501 because 511 should be safe still.
511 should be safe. Okay.
So that's fine.
And Moxie, if you can join me on table 6, that way I can switch between this game and yours so we can keep things going. It makes things easier. All right. Yeah, I'll keep updating the standings. So I will update them as I get the stuff. Michael looks like they're IDing.
Michael is IDing. Okay.
Michael and Ash are IDing.
Got it.
There you go. I know most judge requests right now are for IDs. 99% of the time it's for IDs. I'm like, boop, boop, tie, let's move on. So I will keep updating those standings so you can see. Right now, yeah, Magi and Michael are pretty much in. I don't think they get knocked off in any world. Asher is up there. Ricardo N. I think they have to play. Yeah, no, they don't technically have to play, but they're playing against Cash.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
And but Vortex is playing against Calvin, which is a 4-2-4-2. But Lori is playing against Moxie.
Lori doesn't have much of a choice.
They have
Because
to.
Lori's sitting at 7. They got down paired. If they lose this, that puts a 5-2 in top 8.
Right. So it's not a whole bunch of crazy right now.
Yo, this got insane. All right, so we're watching Vortex's game here.
Yeah, Vortexes and Moxie should be joining us so we can jump between tables.
Oh, that's awesome.
Tables. Jump between games. Since they're not playing each other, I have no issue having 2 games in the same table. I do the same thing with top 8 and top 4 if I can, because then that gives us insights into all the games.
Right. The 2 important matches here. All right. So Vortex is going second, which is absolutely good. This hand is not bad.
If he's able, he's probably not going to be able to get the KO on the Charmander, which he would want. But if you still take a KO early, you're still in a very good spot.
Yeah, early KO here is pretty good. Now, does this Zard list? Let me go ahead and just pull up these lists as well. Go away, Alakazam. We don't want you right now. Where are you at, Prince Vortex? Where are you at? Vortex.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so
ID. One day I want. If I'm going to tournament on April Fools, I want to make anyone ask for an ID a double game loss just for that day.
Brutal.
I'm going to announce it in the Discord at the beginning of the tournament, and I'm not going to reference it. I'm going to put in the rules and everything, but that would have to be on April Fools. I'm going to see when April Fools is this year.
Is it on a Friday?
It's on a Monday.
Oh.
You're saying
It's going to be a couple years before it's on a Friday.
I would love to do a tournament where like the bottom 8 get in.
Everybody just loses. I scoop. Easy.
No. If you scoop, you get a win. I'm not going to let you get out of that easy. You got to play like legit. You can't just like, well, I turn pass. I want people to like legitimately lose and like it's a dumb idea, but I mean, people would try to game it and cheat it.
You play 1 basic Pokemon. You play 4 Turo, 4 Penny.
I'm just gonna get it. I'm gonna get out of here. 4 Pokegears.
All you do is you don't technically scoop. You played cards. So. All right. So the first KO does go to Vortex here. So that's good. And like you said, a little sad we didn't get to see the knockout on the Charmander. That's definitely what you want to hit here. And this is a tough matchup because Vortex does not play Devolution.
He should be able to do enough damage, hopefully, over time. But I believe King Kelvin plays Turo. If they don't, that's actually a little bit surprising. But I mean, it still makes things harder.
Yeah, I think the bright side there, like a little breath of fresh air there for Vortex is that there is no Turo in this list. So that's a plus. You know the damage that you're putting down is sticking. Because the last thing you want to see as a Lost Box player against Zard is see your turn disappear because they play Turo. Do they play any way to get rid of that Rotom?
Well, this is one of the things I don't like about the Rotom build, is the Rotom is so squishy.
Yeah, it's a super vulnerable Pokemon, especially in this matchup.
Now, there's a possibility we could see a Roaring Moon here.
Oh, yeah, it's the only Zard in play.
But I don't think we're going to get there.
It doesn't look like we have the resources. We would need to hit a Nest Ball here. And then, okay, nice. We got the Mirage Gate.
Okay. That puts them at 6, right? No, that's 7. They have the Roaring Moon play.
Oh, I didn't even see it was in the hand. Yep, they have it right here. So
I
yeah,
think
you
I think you
bench
still had,
that,
I think you still had a rod though. Oh no, you got plenty.
and he's got the dark in hand.
Yeah. So you just attach 1, 2,
Mm-hmm.
attach the dark.
Oh, you know what? You know what actually helped him here is the Zard player um used a vacuum on one of their cards last turn.
That's something you always got to watch. You
Yep.
always got to watch. So now you just put beach, you attach energy, beach court, hard retreat, frenzy gouging. The Zard's out of the way.
And then next turn you have Colress, you're at 8, you just get a Sableye, you just start going for those Charmanders. Now the only thing that can make that difficult is if they start
If they come
if
in and
they
use
do
the,
get Jirachi down.
because they can come in and still do take care of this Roaring Moon. They can come in
Yes.
with a lot of things. Gus isn't enough unless they play Vitality Band. Then Gus will just be enough.
Yeah. Because Gus does 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch them V Star for Vitality Band. I would lose my mind if they V Star for Vitality Band here.
I want to jump over to Nelson's game real quick,
Absolutely.
which Giratina has path down. See the Ditto, bunch of cards in hand. I don't know why it's not multi-stream, doing the multi-stream correctly.
This game took a turn over here.
Oh, you got the Pidgeot set up,
He got Pidgeot and hit with the Iono.
and we know he's not coming in with the Iron Hands because all the lightning energies in the discard.
Oh, this is not looking good.
But he has
Lost
everything.
City as well.
He has everything in hand to KO that squishy Rotom.
Yes, he does. There's everything needed to KO Rotom. But here's the question, right? Do you go for the Rotom here? Or do you try and find a Sableye to knock out that Charmander? Like, you know the Pidgeot can't actually, like, KO the Zard. So you could attack into Pidgeot here if you wanted to. But if you can find the Sableye, you can take another...
Yeah, I think the Sableye is the right move.
Because then you still have boss in hand. You save your Zard, and then you take care of a potential big threat later on in the game. Oh no!
I think your game might be a little screwed up. You put 2 on the Zard.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go straight for the Rotom here.
One of the problems is you still don't have a way.
Oh, he doesn't have any. There's no retreat. Oh, okay. Well, we got a Roxanne. That's a saving grace. But now you lose your boss, and they're in equal prizes, so you can't use Custom Catcher or Counter Catcher.
I mean, I'm not against the Roxanne here though either, because now you're trying to. If you get a Lost Vacuum, you can Lost Vacuum off their V Star.
That's true. That is true. But we didn't get there. And Pidgeot can just search for whatever it wants too, which makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mox's game, and it's like a straight freeze.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look, if you go look at his game, it's just stuck there.
Oh yeah, Capturing Aroma got played, and it looks like the coin never flipped. Uh-oh.
That's not
Okay,
good.
so I guess what do you do for that game freeze?
It's too far to go. That's a game loss.
Yeah, that's a game loss to Arc.
Yeah, Moxie, I think there's not much you can do. It might reset itself at some point, but he might get like another turn or two before you even get going. So he's gonna lose. the Zard here. And his hand's so bad.
Yeah, this is why I was thinking if you were able to get the Sableye out, you still have that Charizard and things would kind of be in your favor here because we know that Sableye came down after the Roxanne. So I would have probably tried to use my Comfey twice just to see if I can get a way to get that Sableye and then use my Mirage Gate to get into Sableye. So that way I can knock out the Charmander and still have boss in hand for KO on something like the Rotom. Because now with Jirachi in play, you can't even use Sableye on that damaged Pidgeot on the bench.
Walrus is huge.
Yeah, but what do you get? You would probably want to use Clara here to get. That's the hard part. You probably want to get a Clara here. Yes. Okay. This is the right move. Yes. Okay. So
into Cramorant.
Into Cram. Attached to the Comfey.
Counter catcher the Jirachi.
Yes.
Get rid of the Jirachi. And that leaves you open for your final two prizes on the weekend.
On the weekend Pidgeot.
Yeah, but you gotta get rid of that Jirachi.
And then you just kind of hope that they can't well, see if you go for the Jirachi, right? They could have Nest Ball in hand, quick search for Rod.
They could, but they might not. That's only 3 cards, and they can only grab one with that. Okay?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I don't know if I agree with the 2 because now you also lose access to your counter catchers.
Yeah, but we know that they still have a boss in the deck because it did get Roxanne. We'll see. I think what I would have done here is I would have went for the Jirachi.
Me too, because then that leaves your counter catchers open as a possibility off the chorus.
Yeah. Or do they still have any escape ropes left?
I'm not sure.
If they have escape rope left,
that's a possibility.
That's like a pseudo boss. There it is. There's escape rope. But they need a fire energy.
Which I think they're out of.
Oh. Well, we know they only use one. Okay, so they should have 1 fire energy left, right? They only play 1 fire. They play 2 fire energy.
I think you rope first. I feel like you rope first, and then you see if you get the boss off the other compy before you do the chorus.
Well, then you don't know if you can attach.
Well, because if you get the boss off the compy, then you can attach putting up the Cramorant, and it doesn't matter.
Well, how are you attaching a fire energy onto?
You know what? It doesn't matter now. He has it.
Yeah, no. He's got it. Yeah, this is it right here. Yep, there it is. And we know that there's a fire energy in the discard. He got the Super Rod and the Mirage Gate off of that chorus.
Yeah, just Super Rod the fire. Just be safe. Just put it back in there. Never hurts. There's 2 of them in there anyways.
Oh, that was way too close. And there's the concession.
I was like, oh geez.
I was starting to think that it could go into the Charizard's favor.
I thought if you went after the Jirachi, it would have been so many other things they would need to do to prevent the Sableye play. Okay. Cash sounds like they're in first place. Let's go ahead and update the standings. Right now, Vortex is the bubble, depending on what happens.
Vortex is the bubble. No, we still have Cash playing against Ricardo.
If Cash
Those
wins,
are both 5-1 players.
Cash wins. That kicks Vortex out, I believe.
Would it?
That would put Cash at 6-1.
Oh, you're right. It would be, yeah, 6-1. Yep. Are any other players currently in the top 8 playing or anything? No, they're not.
Laurie was the other one that Vortex needed to lose.
Right. Okay. So Prince Vortex being in top 8 right now is all relying on if Cash wins.
I don't know. I think he's out no matter what.
Oh, is Ricardo also a 5-1? Yeah.
He needed Lori to lose, but what happened with Moxie with the game crashing essentially gave him the win.
Right, because then Lori would have been 5-2 if Lori had lost.
So Vortex is going to be the bubble. We go straight to cut. We don't do a phase 2. This tournament's way too late to be doing a phase 2.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here.
So, no, we never do a phase 2. Will we in the future for a tournament? Yes, the Regional of Doom on March 30th. We will be going to a 2-day format. One day was just too much. It was just like, oh my god. And it was like we didn't know if we're going to have a cut or not, how things were going. So it's like, you know what? We'll do a phase 2. We'll do 7 round one day, and then like 3 rounds into top cut the next day. Dude, best of 5. Yeah, no, my wife will be. I will be going to bed, and like 3 hours later, my kids will be up. Like, for me, this is like I drink enough energy drinks, I drink enough caffeine to get through the night. I get maybe a little bit of extra sleep, and then. But it's West Coast for me, so.
Yeah, I'm debating on even going to get a coffee real quick.
I'm on my second Dr. Pepper tonight, and that will be my last one with caffeine. And after that, I'll move to like water.
Oh, you know what? I've got Coca-Cola. I might have to go get some of that and a snack.
See, Michael's got it right. The ghost, dude. I'm all about the sour berry ghost.
The energy drinks ghost. Yeah.
Well, the band Ghost is also pretty awesome, and the Ghostbusters are pretty cool too. But I mean,
the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
No, not the Ghost Adventurers.
Nope, the Busters. Have you ever?
Man.
Okay, you want a free fact? A free random fact? There is actually a second set of Ghostbusters out there. They were originally a TV show where it was 2 men and their gorilla.
What?
It was like in the 70s.
A gorilla.
Yeah, they were called the Ghostbusters, and they had like some sort of weird device. And they brought them back as animated after the Ghostbusters movie came out, so they could like write on that.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll show an image here in a second on screen too. But this is the animated version, but there's live action as well, and it caused a lot of issues in the 80s.
What was so like controversial to cause so many issues?
Because they had the copyright to Ghostbusters as 2 words. So Ghostbusters, the movie that everyone knows, is 1 word.
Oh.
But they tried to like screw things up when they came out with the animated Ghostbusters by making people think that was the one based off the movie. So that's why you have the real Ghostbusters.
That's interesting. What a way to get around copyright law.
Yeah.
But these guys came first, right?
Yeah. And they were called the Ghostbusters originally.
Wow. Okay.
And
that's interesting.
They even at some points called it Ghost Smashers. So that's your free random fact for today. It's an interesting thing to read. Copyright law is so weird. Let's get the standings going. We were waiting on 4
I'm
matches.
just tripped up by this gorilla, bro.
There it is. Vortex is out.
Oh, Vortex, no.
Because Ricardo N. Well, actually, this might be interesting. It might be.
Is their game done?
No, they're
Cash
still
and
playing. Cash is still talking about it. If Cash wins. Oh, no, I think he might be out anyways because when Cash wins, Ricardo's percentage still goes up.
Yep. Because Ricardo's got a 61 point. Good Lord, man.
And it just jumped.
Like, I gotta check out his matches.
6-1, 4-2, 5-1-1, 3-3-1, 1-1, 2-3. Oh my god, he's like played everybody.
Yeah. That 1-1 drop didn't even like affect his percentages like at all.
But then if he wins, see, Cash is still so far down the win percentage anyways. I don't think it matters. Then it just guarantees he's in. Because then he goes 6-1. He gets to the second seed.
Mm-hmm.
And that just knocks everyone else down. So Kirda here becomes the 8th seed. I don't think there's a way in. Even if Cash won.
Yikes. Hey, Cash, don't feel bad. I have a Doom curse too. Why do you think he asked me to cast?
There it is. That ends up being the top cut right there. And so I don't think any of the other matchups will have an effect on anything. We're waiting on 2 matchups, which will both be 5-2s, but they're obviously not getting in. It might adjust some of the placements, but that's about it.
Yeah, this should be our top 8.
So with that, we have Charizard, Giratina Lost Zone Box, Entei Iron Valiant, Charizard, Giratina Lost Zone Box, Jam for the 3rd straight week getting in, Chinpack with the Fusion Mew, Asher coming in with the Italian Urshifu. They also missed round 1, if you didn't notice that. But they lost to
Asher
the
did?
player.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
And then Kirda with the Lost Box Charizard.
A lot of Zard in this top 8.
So we will see Majo will get Chinpack, which will be it. As it stands right now, we don't know. These things can still move. That's why you have to wait until everything plays out. Yeah, it looks like it'll be Lost Box Charizard versus Charizard, Giratina Lost Box versus Rapid Strike, Intel versus Mew. Valiant versus Mew, and then Charizard versus Lost Zone Box.
I'm gonna be right back.
No worries. But no, that happens. Like, it's how many times has James made top 8 and then didn't do that? I can't do the Christmas movies. I can't do Christmas movies because YouTube will kill my copyright so fast. No, I do not speak Russian. I know a little bit of French, and that's about it. And even then, and a little bit of Spanish, but mostly I understand it. I don't remember much how to speak it. That's called not wanting to get sued mentality. I'm trying to monetize my YouTube at some point. The Year Without a Santa Claus is a classic, though. So we can watch like Steamboat Willie. Like that's like free. You can watch that. I haven't watched that one yet. That one's up there. Where it had like some like Santa thing to it, like Santaverse. Nothing's moving. Yeah, if you're in top, Michael, I just saw your ass in Discord. But if you're in Top Cut and you're able to stream your game, just go ahead and choose a table. I mean, we could. Here, I'll even move us to like a table right now. And you're able to um share your screen. That'd be great. Like I even have to if your opponent is not if you're not playing your opponent, you can stream in the same table. So like if like Michael and Maggie, because they're not going to play each other, streamed in the same table, we can watch both games. And that's also a really cool thing to do. But Top Cut will be live in a moment.
All right, who do we got?
Michael said they're able to stream, and I'm going to ask. I always ask all 4 matches on if they are able to stream to please stream.
Sweet. Yeah, there's a lot of lizard in this Top Cut, huh?
Charizard's a popular deck.
It really is, in different forms too.
Just close out all those things. I did not mean to close that out. Always like put the thing, and then I'm like, close it out, and like people ask questions.
They ask questions.
Yeah, they do. They ask questions like, "Oh, how is there a table I should be at? Is there something I should do?" But we got 2 matches right there, and also when you stream your match, also when you stream your match, it just makes it easier for us for like any issues.
Yeah, like we saw with the Frozen match.
So it's like, oh, hey, this comes up or this thing happened, and then we can just go ahead and do it. And also, I do ask if you are streaming your match, not to have the stream on, just to be fair for everybody. So you're not getting accidental whatever it's called
Information.
Yeah. Which I always appreciate the views. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, I don't want you to watch. No, I love people watching, but it's a fairness thing. So just so people know. First game going. I've got both of them up, so we can switch between the two, and we can see how things are going. So we got the Magi versus Chimpack match, and then we also have the Jam versus Michael Heredia match.
All right.
Which he said he'll be flipping between screens sometimes, which is totally fine. It's computers. Like MacBooks are so weird to stream on. I was able to help James Sims get his set up way better. And also, he's using a Fuecoco coin. That is the right coin to use. Thank you so much.
You need to make a Torkoal coin.
Actually, I'm a little bit surprised they haven't.
It was one of Ash's Pokemon. At this point, I think Pokemon has me blocked because I keep tagging them. I think they're annoyed with my antics.
There was a way we could see every single one, but there's no easy way. Hey, seeing every single coin. There's probably somewhere out there.
The only way that I know of is if they all streamed on Twitch, because there is a multi Twitch stream view through like Google Chrome or something like that that you can do.
Oh, no, I was talking about the coins. Just seeing what coins.
Oh, the coin. Oh, yeah.
Actually, kind of. They actually showed the Japanese had a bunch of different back designs. That's cool.
The Japanese have a bunch of like back designs to theirs.
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of different ones.
They actually use their coins too to like determine things. They don't use like dice like we do. Because I'll watch like Japanese streams of like cups or whatever they call it, like the city something, and they actually flip coins.
Well, Giratina got a pretty good start going, but I would assume we're going to see an equally good start coming out of the Charizard here.
Yeah, that Tina bench is like textbook what you want to see for a lost Tina. Like 2 Tina down, you got 2 Comfey, you've got the Greninja, and the only questionable one is if you want to put the Cramorant down like at the start like that. But this is like exactly what you want to see out of a Giratina deck.
There's a metal Fuecoco coin with it writing the sushi roll that was only available to staff.
Wait, really?
Yeah, no, there is a way to look, and like, there's so many coins.
You know, over the years of Pokemon, I'm sure they have enough coins to like open a treasury of like Pokemon.
Only available on TCGO, like Bidoof Day coin.
Wait, Bidoof Day coin isn't in PTCGL?
No, it's in PTCGL. It was only available in PTCGO. There's not a real life version of it.
Oh, I got you. Like a digital exclusive. I got you.
But no, there is a list and it has every generation. If you go to Bulbapedia, they have coins for every generation. Like the original 1 through 4 was like a lot of Chanseys. There was Onyxes, Starmies, Raichu, Vileplume. Lots of Chanseys.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I remember Chansey was super popular when the game first started.
Oh, the Path of the Peaks live. Steel, so you have like everything you need in hand just to take out the path, get the Zard set up, and start going from there.
Yeah, the sooner that's gonna be like the hard part, right? Because like you want to get the Zard out as soon as possible, but with how much is like in the Lost Zone, like can they get an easy response to the one Zard you're gonna have?
Right, come up and be able to have the 10 and just knock you out.
Because at this point, like they've only taken one prize, so like if they go to V Star, you're not even gonna get a knockout on the V Star. Oh boy, yeah. What do you grab here? Do you? I would say you grab like. Yeah, you have to grab a stadium bump here, right? You just have to. You could like evolve into Zard and then maybe play it a little safe, draw 3, and see if you can get some more Charmanders down, or.
Well, go over to Badger's game real quick to see how that's going. They are the Selgor. They've got fusion strike energies across everything.
Oh, this is Mew versus Valiant, huh?
Yeah. Huh.
Did they start the Shelmet? Because I feel like in this matchup you don't want to put that Shelmet down.
I believe they started the Shelmet.
That is so unfortunate. Although, it could be big brain move, right? You put down the Shelmet to like make your opponent target that instead of like your Muse and stuff. Although with Fusion Strike Energy on Genesect and Muse,
Prevent the
they ignore
Valiant.
it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tay wants to go after like the 190 super easy to get Genesex.
Yeah, this is the type of matchup where you want to go 2-2-2, right? You want to Genesect, boss Genesect, boss Genesect. That's all you really want to do in this matchup.
Then we have the Giratina here is almost set up.
I love that. Giratina's almost set up.
They just Mirage gated. I don't know if they're how close they are. They did Lost City. So that's 9. Here's 10.
This Colress makes 9.
Yeah,
oh
makes
no.
9. And they still haven't even done a Comfy yet.
This is turn 2.
Let's say it's turn 3.
Is it turn 3? Turn 3 makes sense, but
it might
even
be
more impressive
2.
if it's 2. With the double V-Star?
The attach, I'm assuming, there's a switch cart. It's got to be 2.
They just had everything.
Yeah, this is like a GG next.
Oh, and the Sableye down.
And the path.
This is disgusting.
This is where I'm afraid playing Charizard because this matchup is bad. Asher is also up 1-0 over Lori. So Rapid Strike is up 1-0 over Giratina. Wow, okay, that's even weirder.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much you can do here.
I mean, you got Arvin. Yeah, I mean, like,
I guess you could Lost Vacuum, but then again, that doesn't even matter.
Because here's my train of thought, right? You try to get more Charmanders down, they're at 10. You're not going to be able to like start getting Charmanders down and keeping them safe without Jirachi. Because if they're at 10, they could just easily come in with Sableye and knock out your Charmander.
We're just talking about games. I also flip back to the Mew. They just Entei just took out a Mew.
Wait. Mew V?
Yeah, Mew V.
Oh, easy day. So yeah, now you just boss Genesect. You ignore the VMAXs at this point.
As long as you can keep something alive.
That's true. You gotta be able to keep some of these Pokemon alive.
Oh man, it looks like they're gonna. Goodbye, Pidgeot. Yeah, Vortex played it one way. Kicked Dad out of the house. Rob had the house. Locked you inside. Put on headphones. It's like cry about it. Jeez.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game that you concede, and then you just go to game 2.
Looks like that's what they're doing. Waito, thank you for the follow. The interesting thing in the Valiant side is he's got a boss. He's got almost everything he needs to set himself up for 2. As the Charizard gets an easy KO. You might even be able to put another 20 out. Like this is one of those times where you wish like you played the Yoga Loop because he could Yoga Loop so bad.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to not play Yoga Loop in this deck, right? Because like Yoga Loop seems to be like one of those cards that can help you consistently like take multiple prizes in games where you might be so far behind. So it's an interesting choice to not play Yoga Loop.
There we see another 20. I mean, you can KO the Shelmet this turn.
Yeah, but then can you retreat?
He has rope still, and then the boss.
Oh, he does have rope and boss.
And then he still has access to more energy. Oh, the Entei was a huge
Oh,
pickup.
that's huge. Yeah, I feel like you dump a magma basin here, right? You earthen vessel away the magma basin, get 2 energy, you basin onto the Entei and boss.
The problem is your opponent though plays Path to the Peak, and you're so reliant on everything.
That's true. But at the end of the day, you've kind of done your job, right? You just kind of want to like build up Entes at this point. Because like between the Entei V and the Charizard, both are threats. Oh, we're gonna go for the Charizard.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the magma basin. But okay, probably the reasoning for it is that the Charizard can attack now. If it gets KO'd, then the path isn't as much of a problem because Entei can still attack.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you definitely bring up the Zard here then.
Yeah, I mean you have everything to do it. I mean, even technically, he hasn't attached, right?
No, it's only been Magma Basin, I believe.
No, he has.
Oh no, he did attach the Entei. The Entei did get attached.
I think you just KO the Meloetta.
Yeah, you could.
I thought about like you just KO the Meloetta, and that would just be it. You held onto the boss. You have another energy. As long as you don't get judged, you win the game next turn. Now you're sitting a little bit harsher. Maybe not as well set up.
They haven't used their V-Star marker yet either. So if they do get disrupted, we know that they have the fire energy in hand, but if they find the 4 seal stone, I mean, that's just boss GG right there.
Yeah, I think even chat, at least Twitch chat's asking, like, why not save the boss for the next turn? Just take the Meloetta, save the boss. Like, I mean, you could be Iono'd, you could be judged out of it, but it makes it so much easier and so much less you need right now to get to get there.
It's a resource that can be recovered later instead of using it now. Like the Meloetta, like either way you cut it, right? If you went knockout Meloetta, that's probably like the only play you should have made here. Like, yeah, you could have knocked out the Genesect, but considering the fact that you already were offset in the prizes by knocking out Shelmet, you went to a 2-2-1-2 line for prizes instead of your 2-2-2. Yeah, I think they're digging for path and a disruption at this point. That's what they need more than anything. Rope isn't the worst thing on the planet for you, right? If they don't get a path out.
And the question is, what do you give them though?
I would give them the squawk. It's done its job. It's already a liability.
I think I would like the Val with the booster. Oh, because
I would want to keep my Val so that way I have a free retreater.
Well, even if they KO it, I don't know, because this gives them 2 prizes instead of 1, and like it's easy to KO. It's 160. They don't need like candy now to get a KO.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see how the other game's going real quick. And Lost Box is already doing Lost Box things.
As it does. Yeah, I think like the only move you have here is like promote Valiant with the capsule, so that way you have a free retreater. Got an Entei. See, now they're just a boss away from winning.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come down to a fleet foot and prey.
It might. It really might.
Because none of their Pokemon reaches that 310.
Which is, this comes back to the sequencing. If he didn't, and they now, especially now that we know that they don't have the hand disruption.
Yikes. Big fleet foot here. Oh, nest ball. But see, that's the scary thing now, right? Because you have no way to actually retreat this Entei since you retreated for the turn.
You still have to find you're still pretty bulky. You're at 260 right now.
Yeah, 260, but they've already got the belt on. You are a V, so that does increase the damage.
There's two candies though.
It's gonna go for the swing. I mean, there's like I don't think there's much else you can do here.
Yeah, they need 2 tablet. They could have it. We saw 2 in the discard. And the Charizard game.
They would need 2 tablet, and they already have the belt.
Charizard game. They almost have 2 Charizards set up. Town Star's not going to do him any good. Town Star might even actually affect the other side. Because now he can you can put the Entei down. If he's got 4 Steel Stone, then there you go.
Yep.
That's depending on what happens, but
they got their own. Did they already use their? They did already use their V Star, so they're just thinning out the deck.
They're trying to draw. They might not have any way to get more stuff out of the deck yet. DT. I think they still need a switch anyways because the active one.
Oh. Well, let's see if they misplay here. Nope, they did not. They knew exactly what they wanted.
That's the game right there. We'll be going into game 2.
Yep. Rip the kitty cat.
This is an interesting thing to point out because like I was watching Azul earlier this week and he talked about like he used a boss play like too early.
A boss play too early?
Yeah. He needed to take the 1 prizer in front of him and then boss for game. And because he wasn't able, he went for the 3 prizer. He had to go through another 3 prizer. Like the guy was just going to bring up whatever, and then he didn't have enough resources to do it. Whereas if he just KO'd what was in front of him, then he could have brought up the other one and then won the game.
Yep. See, that's what really distinguishes like a good player from, the high echelon players. You know what I mean? Like that little group of players that everybody knows. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just those little pieces of knowledge about the game that they know that most of the like average casual or just getting into competitive type players don't know, that you can do things too early and that taking more prize cards isn't necessarily always the right thing to do.
I would like to see an Iono this play. This just because they have 8 cards in hand, Path to the Peaks out, so they're not getting the Greninja's not getting them more. And yeah. No, I feel like Iono's the best play here.
I feel like it's the only play here. You don't want to Arven because, like, what are you even going to Arven for? You know what I mean? Uh, these are 4 cards.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna risk the retreat.
Like, you have to take a KO here.
You do. You have to knock out that cram. You've disrupted them hopefully enough because there's no energy on that Giratina. So hopefully you disrupted them to the point where they don't have like the Mirage Gates.
They'll get a look at 2 cards off the top. They get the top deck and at least 2 cards off the top. So updates straight up. We have obviously Jam's up 1-0 here. Ching Pak's up 1-0. Asher's up 1-0. And Kirda is up 1-0 over Ricardo as well. Which I will always keep updating the standings as we go. So you got that. But you saw it's like...
Is there 10 in Lost Zone yet? We know that there's at least 7 because they're using the Mirage Gate.
It doesn't matter. They get it for 280 here.
I wasn't expecting the jet energy. I don't think there's a way to come back from this.
No, I think this game is pretty well done. Looks like they are assuming the same thing.
Yeah, because like with Path in play and all that, I mean, they're probably close to 7 as well. So, or they're probably close to 10. So the minute you put down a Charmander, it's very, very susceptible to being Sableye. Because Lost Mine does go burr.
Now you're playing for an Arvin or something to get a setup here, because you will destroy the Giratina. The Giratina will be gone. Oh no, that's game.
Oh yeah, that kind of just like changed everything. They can like you have to give them the pitch out here.
Like, yeah, that's it. That's the hard part. This is the hard part of this matchup.
Yep.
So on this side,
Giratina taking the W here.
That's like the threat of Giratina. Like, I don't like the Charizard matchup into Giratina.
Yeah, Tina is extremely good right now.
See the switch card.
If you get the good start.
That was a good play from it. Like, the Giratina went off. There's not much you could do when they get off. Phrasing. It's almost midnight. It's fine. It's fine. You just can't do anything. The 280 hits is so good. The ability to just take out anything with a single V-star ability. It's just its biggest hang up is if it can get set up. Mm-hmm. Like, I've had plenty of times where I've played it and I cannot find the Giratina V-star to save my life.
Yeah, I've played it a few times and I enjoy the list. It's gotten me points, but it does take a special kind of someone to play that list, in my opinion.
I've debated about I should practice with it because I have it. And
yeah, and it's a, little known fact about Giratina, it's an instant win against Snorlax Stall.
Yeah, I think that's why it's gained some popularity. It's like, hey, I'm going to try to set something up there. Nope. I'm just going to jet energy back. Here I am again.
Yup.
Shred time.
Yeah, I'm thinking about building Giratina for my next cup as well and splashing in an Iron Hands.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the whole thing with Prince Vortex referencing the thing that happened with Twitch the last couple of days, where they did the artistic nudes and it blew up in their face so fast.
Yes, I did see their their takesy backsy on Twitter earlier today.
That's what they had to do. If you want to know what ends up happening with like Twitch's decisions, this is coming from a guy who worked in PR, who saw it all, saw everything that happened with Twitch side. Odds are one of their VPs made the decision and didn't ask anybody else. Didn't
I could believe that. It kind of like is hey, what makes us look really good right now? You know, just something right immediately now makes us look really good, right? But then later comes back and blows you up, and they kind of like what the president of OnlyFans did a couple of months back, where he was like, "Hey, we're banning all nudity on our website." Because it sounds good, right? People are like, "Oh yeah, that's great. Sounds good." Like a rash decision immediately, but then you realize that that's like 90% of your revenue, and by doing that, you kind of just go broke.
The amount of bad decisions I've seen from well, not VIPs, but VPs, no matter where I've been, has been so large. It's insane. These people don't want to listen to data. They want to. They go, I want to listen to my gut.
Yeah, I work for the government. I know what you mean.
So, like, okay, here's the thing about AI. It came up recently with us because my company is T-Mobile is trying to become a little bit more AI stuff. We are not using image generation for AI. It is a copyright minefield.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's so many. If as it stands right now, someone can find some part of their art in it, or their photo, or anything else, they can make a copyright claim, and that's it. You have to take it down.
That's a big yikes.
And the other thing is, like, they talk about if we use it for copy generation, you still have to go through and make a lot of changes. But they're trying. So like that kind of creative stuff, they're not. A lot of companies are not touching it. But for like stuff like noticing a customer pattern, that's what they're trying to use it for. Like they talked about, like noticing a person buys a new phone only once every 3 years. So instead of trying to bombard them every year or every 6 months for a new phone, you start hitting them up about 3 years in.
Right. Because it just follows their pattern. It follows the data.
Yeah. So then it becomes more effective marketing. So that's what they want to do with it.
AI is some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Crimeomatic doesn't hit.
Oh no, that's Mew's only weakness.
So Asher did win over Lori. So one Tina's out.
One Tina is out.
And who will they be playing against? Jam will be playing the winner of Ricardo N and Kirda, so he'll be playing either Lost Box Charizard or Charizard again. Asher will be playing the winner of this matchup.
Is this like game 2 for them still, or is this game 3?
This is game 2.
Game 2 still.
We had two 2-0 sweeps right now.
Whew.
We're also getting some of the City League stuff coming in, some of the new Japanese deck stuff that's been playing there. Stuff like Arceus, Pidgeot, Zard still doing well. Gardevoir still doing its thing. Gardevoir with Klefki, of all things.
Gardevoir Klefki?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ooh, that judge hurt.
Yeah, that was not a good judge for them. That was not kind at all. And this is why I'm like also personally so against playing 2 Squawk in a deck. Because that second Squawk that's in hand is essentially a dead card after turn 1.
Yeah.
And that could have been any other card.
So I'm going to get some card reveals tonight, but I guess that's not happening. Well, I mean, we haven't essentially officially revealed the next set as it is. So
The Paldean Fates.
After Paldean Fates.
Ah.
We have the name in like release date, which is my birthday. So like the evolution machine doesn't do much here.
No, because there's no damage anywhere, and then all they're going to end up doing. So if they actually, the funny thing is, if they use the devolution here, they just reset the Mew that's in the active. It will be able to attack again without having to retreat, which is probably not something they want to do.
You can't put that on the active. Oh my god. This is just a bad spot to be in.
Yeah. I think the one bad thing too about this deck is you don't have a lot of single prizers that you're willing to give up. And sometimes that can really offset the prize trade in your favor. So like versions that play Moltres sometimes are better off because, you know, they have a single prizer that they can offset the prize trade with. But in this situation, when your one single prizer is your biggest attacker, that's not great. Oh, and there's yep, this game is over. Because they do have the double fusion energy on that Mew VMAX.
It's 10 short still, unless they got the candy.
Oh, it's Mew. They always have the candy. No, they got the judge.
Let's not have it.
Is the candy here? Oh, they're going to be able to draw. They're going to be able to draw 5 here.
It feels like it's just a matter of time.
With only 12 cards in deck, it's got to be there. Because at this point, it's like they either hit candy and they win, or they don't and they have a boss in hand for next turn.
At the peak.
It doesn't feel too bad. I mean, you have the Magma Basin in hand, so that's not the worst thing on the planet. Yeah, they missed the power tablet.
This is a hard call because you could Iono them to 2, but
but then they get to draw a boatload with the See, I wouldn't if I was the Valiant player here, I would not have actually. Well, no, yeah, you probably should have actually. Yeah, you should have. Yeah, I was gonna say you shouldn't have bumped the path, but no, you kind of like have no choice here because the only attacker you have is the Radiant Zard.
so like Iono anyways, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do.
I think a switch card here doesn't hurt anyways because you can put 20 onto the one on the bench.
Yeah, it doesn't have any Fusion Strike energy, so it would go through. It's not protected. And there's the rope.
Gotta bring that up.
Yep. They only need candy. Because Iron Valiant is an EX. That belt does not work on it. Oh, but they
Possible.
had the boss. There it is. You prolong the inevitable when it comes to Mew.
It was lucky I didn't run into Charizard. Charizard would have just ran it over.
Yeah.
Which now, okay, we gotta check Asher's deck. Does he have a Mew out?
Does Asher have an out to Mew? Let's
He does
see.
not.
Oh,
Some have been playing the Spirit Tomb.
no Spiritomb. Although Spiritomb into this Mew doesn't really do too much because they play the Fusion Strike energy.
So then all we're waiting on then is our last matchup here, which is Ricardo N versus Kaikirida.
The double Zards.
Yes. Which the fact that it's taken this long to get game 2 done means to me that possibly the lost one, the baby one, is still doing stuff. Like it's still alive.
Yeah, like it took game 1 and they're kind of just like back and forthing it on game 2.
But we'll have to see. Yeah, Asher, I'm sorry, I don't like your chances there that even you're saying it. It's not. It does not look good.
I'm cooked.
Things do not look good for Homestar One.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which one of these Zard lists are going to win. Which one reigns supreme? Because this is our last Zard deck period in the top 8.
Yeah, not much more they can do. It's going to be a Zard deck. The Tina wants the Mew. It can still be Inteleon Urshifu, but the Mew is so much better for it because it plays the pass. It can set up. It can do so much. So like, there's a good chance Jam here can take it. Like he's got the matchups. I would assume Inteleon Urshifu is not what it wants to play against. If Inteleon Urshifu gets through, it can repair. I can't repair Top Cut.
Repair me. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to suffer like everybody else.
Still just waiting on that one matchup.
I'm curious to see like what's going on with that.
It's like a lot of people are able to stream, but I understand not everyone can because sometimes you're on phone or your computer can't handle it because PTCGL does take up a lot of processing power. Like
for some reason.
Yeah. I'm running a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Ti. That is what I have to run to stream live and play the game with no issues.
I don't know what I have.
How much is it even right now? It's that's the Eagle. It's not the $1,200 one. I remember it's about right now about $400 for this one.
Dang.
You know, Jam can stream. If Jam's able to stream, I'll tell him to get on and stream his next round. Because he obviously is not playing right now. You call him out, Blazy. You say, Jam, Doom needs to watch Giratina win. You need to get on here. Show Doom
Yeah.
show Doom the reason why he should be playing Giratina. Oh, Ricardo N took game 2. So we're just waiting. Wait.
Really? So we're going to a game 3.
No, wait. I don't know. I'm trying to make sure I'm watching the chat. I mean, game 3 can go fast because one of them's playing a Lost Zone deck, and the other person's playing a deck that can get easily knocked out.
That's true.
Oh, okay, no, they reported right.
So they are going to a game 3.
Do you think we get anything like breaks again? Chat.
I wouldn't hate it. I liked breaks when they first came out. I liked playing Trevenant Break. Greninja Break was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't hate the idea at all. I think the question is like how many gimmicks do you want to have in a single block?
Right. Because you got the A specs, and usually you don't go more than one gimmick.
Because this is an interesting time to be playing Pokemon in terms of gimmicks. Because we currently have V's, V Maxes, V Stars, EX, Terra EX, Radiance, and those are the gimmicks.
Both players says they are not able to.
Oh man.
Especially breaks was like adding some HP on top of your evolution.
Right, and you still got to use all the attacks of the previous one.
Yeah, you the attacks, the retreat cost, the weakness. Essentially, all you did was gain another one, and it was on top of what you had. So you had to have a Raichu to evolve into Raichu Break.
Yes. It was cool. It was fun.
They were worth only one, and I believe on top of it, you couldn't set them up till turn 3 at the earliest. Because you couldn't evolve and then evolve into a break.
Right. You couldn't like rare candy into a break because they weren't stage Pokemon. Well, you had to have the original one out for at least a turn, I believe. So yeah.
This giant water shuriken was one of the ones everyone used.
Right, because you would use it on Shadow Stitching Greninja.
Yeah.
Which was a theme deck Pokemon, by the way. It was the most successful theme deck Pokemon ever printed.
The Omega Break won Worlds, actually. That one was a popular one. That was actually worth a bit of money when it first came out. Now it's actually worth $8. What? No way it's worth $8.
I didn't think that there was any like super expensive breaks.
I'm looking. No, it says it's only like $1.74. So what, was it like rated or something?
They got the PokeRev prices.
Someone looked up Opal.
Opal. Is she rotated? Yeah, she is. I think it only ever saw play once.
It's like Pikachu VMAX saw some play a little bit.
Here and there, yeah.
Yummy. Well, it's like it shows like what people are searching. Oh, they did the
What site is this?
PokemonCards.com, PKMN Cards.com, which Jam is set up, so we'll go down there. It's like the best. It has it's fan ran. They don't put cards up until they come out. So if you're looking for like future cards, you want to go like Justin Basil. Justin Basil is one that has like all the future stuff. So like here it is. What's next? You can go look, and it's got Paldean Fates, and then it's Temporal Forces. But like you look at the prospective set list for it. Iron Leaves, Walking Wake. We know that's coming. Maybe Tinkaton, Garganacl, and Rhyfort. Like those are cards possibly. But we have no idea what's coming in that set whatsoever.
I like the mystery. I think it's safe to assume we're gonna get Fluttermane.
Fluttermane and Iron Leaves, or whatever the two Paradox Pokemon we don't already have, on top with the Walking Wake and Iron Leaves, and possibly Ogerpon. Maybe we don't get Ogerpon until the next set, whoever 6, but it's coming.
Oh yeah, it'll be coming for sure. In fact, I would kind of be shocked if they were in the next set, because they are DLC Pokemon, so it's like it would seem just a little soon. But then again, we did get like Ice Rider Calyrex and Shadow Rider Calyrex within our second set of Sword and Shield.
Yeah, we got it with Chilling Rain, and it was just straight up Chilling Rain. Because the one before that we got was Battle Styles, and then goes Chilling Rain.
You're right.
Battle Styles gave us Urshifus.
Yeah, so it was because it went, when did it go? It was Sword and Shield, Rebel Clash, Darkness Ablaze, Vivid Voltage, Battle. So like our 5th set, yeah. And we are around the 5th set of, so it would make sense if they did the DLC Pokemon now.
Yeah, here it goes. Like it shows Sword and Shield, Rebel Clash, Darkness Ablaze, Champion's Path, Vivid Voltage, Shining Fates, Battle Styles, and Chilling Rain gave us the DLC ones. Evolving Skies, and then we got Mew with Fusion Strike, and that's everything from battle from Fusion Strike down. If it hasn't already rotated, is rotating.
Yeah. Yo, there's so many good cards that we're losing.
But Chilling Rain had both. They also had the Onion Fairy.
The Onion Fairy?
It is. This is what it is. The Onion Fairy.
Did you ever see that video of that streamer that was opening Chilling Rain live and pulled like 8 Weedles out of one pack?
No. That is hilarious.
It was so freaking funny.
I always forget that Metagross was a Rapid Strike Pokemon.
Oh, Metagross I used to love playing around with because I thought it was so good. Like I liked playing it with Bronzong. Where you could like move all the energies around and then heal it with Cheryl, and then move the energies back, and then still do like 200 and some odd damage.
I remember when people thought Galarian Rapidash was going to be good.
I was one of them. I went out and bought the box the minute it came out.
Like, on the set, we had a lot of good cards that were played at some point. It's Galarian Zapdos, the Shadow Riders, Galarian Moltres still is. Zeraora still sees play occasionally. Ice Rider came back in a regional recently.
Mm-hmm.
Blissey could possibly still show up. Avery is played all the time. Clara still played. Melanie still played. Oh, excuse me. Peony has played. Gormandize would have been great, except that was a D block. So, I mean, Path of the Peak is like one stadium that will not go away.
I am more upset about the cards that we lose from battle styles.
There's so many.
Yeah, like rope being gone. Oh, rip, bro.
I didn't realize Rope is going to rotate. That's going to be brutal.
Yep.
Emmy will be glad when this one's gone. Stoutland.
Stoutland?
Oh, yeah, she hates Stoutland.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was
just like as a Pokemon or as the card?
The card, because it was part of the Lugia package.
Oh.
It caused so many issues. Oh, but we do also lose like Tool Jammer.
Yep. Which is going to make the Evos even more busted. Evos and devolutions.
Cheryl's gone.
Yep, Cheryl will leave.
So that's a healing card we're going to lose. Nobody cares about Bruno. I think Energy
We don't talk about Bruno.
I think Energy Recycler got reprinted. It's one of those cards that gets reprinted like all the time.
I don't think it was reprinted recently, no.
Give it next set, probably. Energy Recycler is I want to say it's one of the cards that is forever printed, but it like kind of is.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of time before we get a reprint of it because they did just give us a Super Rod.
That is true. See, it was in Ancient Origins, came back in Guardians Rising, was gone for a while. So yeah, you know, actually might not have it back. That is fair to say.
Because I mean, like I feel like they don't really have a need to reprint it since they did give us Super Rod. And the only deck that really plays it right now is Lost Box, and Lost Box might not be as powerful once they lose VIP Pass.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. I forgot about Training Court, but that was a D block, so.
I love Training Court.
Shauna.
We lose my homegirl Blissey.
It was great in V.
No! Not Nom Noms. Mew will finally be rotating. Turns out the only thing to kill Mew is rotation.
Well, I mean, like, Pikarom lasted forever.
Oh, yeah. Like, when Pikarom was a thing, man, everyone was like, oh, this deck will die because of this or this. And then, like, the Cynthia Garchomp combo thing, people are like, oh, this will kill Pikarom. Nothing killed Pikarom. Nothing killed that deck. It stayed relevant until its rotation. And that is exactly what's going to happen with Mew.
Hell, I might even win this weekend.
I would not be surprised if it did.
You stupid monkey.
I liked Zarude V. I had like some gimmicks with that card that I really liked.
Something to get with this Mimikyu VMAX.
Oh, my wife pulled one recently.
Like, dummy doll's $65. It says one right here for 12. It says like 65 is like the highest one on here or something. Is it showing the high?
I'm gonna be surprised.
Yeah, there's one for 70 right there.
People just put whatever they want.
So you have to like look at market value, I think, half the time.
Yeah, you can never trust like the high.
Still be on VMAX. Yeah, because this one says like has the market average like 1635, but someone's selling it for almost $90. That better be graded and it better be a perfect 10.
Honestly, there's no reason.
I'm trying to remember which ones I'm missing out of this set for the alt arts. I think The one I'm missing is the Guru of all things.
The Oranguru?
Yeah,
I think I have like a few of those because I played him in my Lugia.
that I had the basic version, or I might actually have had it because of Lugia. I don't know. I'd have to go look. I have a whole binder just for them. Oh yes, my buddy Whimsicott.
I feel like if we never had oh freaking Whimsicott, that was a short-lived fun deck.
That was around for like one tournament, and then it disappeared. It was because of
Like
the,
that was almost my Charlotte pick, or no, my Baltimore pick.
that deck was when I was on the Lake of Rage, and they asked me to make my pick for EUIC, and I said Whimsicott V Star, but it doesn't win. It takes second, and then that's what it did, and it was like the best call of my life. I made that call, and I was so happy.
I did love that deck. It was super fun to play around with.
Well, it stopped Arceus in some ways because then they couldn't put double turbo energy down easily.
Yeah, and then this format just went completely dead on special energies.
It actually feels like they kind of punish special energies a little bit. A little bit.
Mm-hmm. I guess, Whimsicott could be good against Rapid Strike.
All right. I got to message them. They're at it. And I'll clarify to this everyone on stream too. If their game goes to time, whoever's ahead in prizes wins.
Ooh. Pressure is on.
So I've just informed them because they have 5 minutes. They can complete the game well before then. But this is it. And
You should ask for an update on like what their prize situation is, because I want to know what is taking this so long.
I have no idea.
Because it's regular Zard versus Sable Zard, right? Huh.
I'm hoping they're paying attention to the chat, or at least know something's in there. I should have brought it up earlier. I didn't think it would take this much time. It's always the hard thing. Luminion V is the one card that I like both alt arts for.
Yes.
I play this is the one. This is the one I play because I have it, but I like them both.
When I play Luminion in my decks, I exclusively play the Crown Zenith one.
Decemeber V, the most useless card in the world.
I wanted that card to be so good. If that card came out when Welder was a thing, probably a different story.
Welder was extremely broken.
I loved Welder.
Okay, one of them's at least confirmed what's going on, so I mean someone knows. This Entei here. If I play Entei in any deck, this is the one I play right now because it's the only one I have. And they got bought up during the initial hype of Valiant Entei.
Oh yeah. They went crazy.
So like market right now is like $6.
I got lucky. I like to go to a couple of the local stores around here and check through their bins.
Look at it's like $2, not nothing. Then boom, there's the win, the big thing, and now it's going back down.
I got like 6 of them for $1 piece.
Right? I probably sold one at some point and even for like $1 and probably didn't even know.
But how could you? You know, like how could you know?
You couldn't. It's just the way it is. You just don't know.
It's always a gamble.
So like I still need to get the Zacian V alt art. I did actually have some fun with the Zacian V star for a while. Like that was fun, but since we lost Metal Saucer, that's
Oh
just
yeah,
it's just not happening.
Zacian was my all-time favorite Sword and Shield deck. I think.
Like Metal Saucer was so good.
Yeah, and
Like,
Dark Patch doesn't do what Metal Saucer could do.
this is actually
Like,
the first. This is not the first time we've had Dark Patch in format. We've had previous formats with it. It's just doesn't have like the right combination right there right now.
yeah, like when we had you know, Metal Saucer, we had a Pokemon that could swing 230 on turn one.
Right.
Now with
Is,
Dark Patch, yeah, we have something, but it's like not as good as Ashian was.
this is the one I need to get right here.
Oh yeah. That's the one that Guardy players foam at the mouth for.
I might try to get this one because I like Snowrunt, and Snowrunt has some really great art. And just because it's in there. Oh, we got it. Ricardo N has won. I don't know if they decided because of time or there was actual win here, but we do have our finalized. So we will be seeing Charizard going up against. It's going to be a rematch of what we saw last round,
No.
but that's just how it be. All right, let's get this going. All right, so once the jam starts shares the screen, we will be able to get going, and we'll get actually back to watching some games and not theorizing on everything. This is where I mean, like this is where like we become a podcast most of the time because we have to gotta fill the time. I could sit here and just play music the whole time.
Could try to complete the Fortnite Battle Pass.
I know. I'm trying to get to Peter Griffin. I'm like one page away from Peter Griffin. So
I can't believe they put Peter Griffin there. I haven't played Fortnite in years. I think the last time I played like Fortnite was when they did like the initial like first order Star Wars stuff. But
I played like the first like season 1, chapter 3, 4, and 5. Then I didn't play again until like chapter 2, season 7 with the aliens.
Oh dang. Yeah.
And then I played on and off. I didn't play like the last half of chapter 4. I just didn't like the chapter 4 map.
The last time I think I played like super seriously was like when me and my wife we'd like play every single day. I think it was before they even had chapters, like they were just seasons, and Kevin the Cube was a thing.
Oh, Kevin's awesome. He came back actually.
Oh god.
Yeah, he came back and it was part of like the season 7, chapter 2, season 7 stuff.
That's so sick. I love that event, just the floating cubes, the zombies that they had on the map and stuff.
Yeah, and then the OG season they just did, he came back, but he wasn't on the map. He just showed up at the lake like he did before.
That's the last I remember.
I wish it was like the original Kevin, where it was on the map and it was slowly moving, and you could go up to it and everything.
Yeah,
missed that. But here we go.
We're getting into this.
Yeah, people have slowly been going to bed.
I don't blame them. It's 3:30 in the morning here.
YRG and YouTube, yes, Lego Fortnite is really good. It's actually surprisingly deep.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Fortnite does that Lego Fortnite thing now. Yeah, the open world survival thing.
The rhythm was fine, but the Lego Fortnite has depth, and it's actually worth trying and playing. As they are having connection issues. I mean, okay, there it
Oh
goes.
no, there it
There it
is.
goes. I don't
That's what we
know.
wanted to see.
I don't know why it does that sometimes.
You know, the fact that this game runs at all is a mystery to me.
Yeah. Yep. At least, you know what, to be honest, it's gotten a little bit more solid as time's gone on, but it's not as solid as it could be.
Yeah, the one thing I wish that they would do, if I had one request, just one little thing that I wish they would do, is that when I add someone,
I
I
need
don't
to
want to close
restart.
out the game.
It seems like they fixed it, but it's only fixed for like half the people.
Yeah, I've never been able to add someone and then just play them. I've always had to restart. They always had to restart too.
I tell everyone, like, honestly, just to do it. Okay, this is like, if they don't get anything else down, this is a horrible start for them.
Oh yeah.
Drum at 1690 to Catherine. Thank you for the follow. Because okay, they get something else down, so it's not a donk. But that's not a good sign.
No, this is probably the furthest thing you want to see happen in this matchup.
Because they're sitting on the Battle VIP pass, a switch cart. So that's at least 2 going into the lost zone. And they can find anything else. Like they could get to 4. It really sucked for me. I recently was playing Lost Zone Charizard, and I was playing against Lost Zone, and they drew past with Sableye, and I missed the last switching card I needed.
Oh.
And so then I ended up with four coffees on the bench, and it overclocked my bench. And it's just like nothing I could do.
Yeah, so they took advantage of it with Sableye.
Yeah, the Sableye and everything else. I can never have like 2 attackers ready or anything. So I was like, well, guess I lose now. But I went all in on the donk, and sometimes you have to go all in on the donk.
Hey, it's high risk, high reward. Top deck the Colress. Now, luckily, Charizard was able to get a Charmander on the bench, so that's a start. That's something.
There's not much else in their hand.
Yeah, Ricardo's kind of like either has like a research or an Iono in hand, because they don't play research, do they? No, they do not. So they have to have like an Iono in hand or something. Or they're just playing on the top deck.
And if you're Jam, you want to KO the Bidoof.
Yes.
KOing anything else out there, well, okay, the Charmander would be fine, but the Bidoof would just be as brutal.
The Path is nice.
Well, Path is even better. It shuts down so much.
Bump that stadium, and if they can get a Zard, then
a lot of runs to lose, though.
Yeah, that's a hard choice right there. Yeah, I think you have to take the Super Rod here. You're kind of telegraphing to your opponent, like, I had to take something super important to lose that Giratina, but
you have everything you need here. I think you just jet energy, do it one more time, drop the Path, bring up the Cram, KO the Beaver, and be in such a good spot. Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, easy choice, but still painful to see.
It's like I call it the perfect flower selecting is when you get like you get Battle VIP pass and something else like on turn 3.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Same thing with like Colress too, right? You get like 3 good cards and then 2 VIP pass.
Those are like the perfect ones. Like if you've ever watched The Boys, where like Homelander's like, it was perfect, just perfect. Yes.
I absolutely love The Boys. I plan on starting Gen V this weekend because season 4 is supposed to come out.
I know. I need to watch Gen V. That also reminds me, I need to go cancel my Amazon Prime. I got one of the like month long free ones, and now I'm now going to go cancel it so they don't charge me. I just realized I haven't done that yet. I need to do it. I don't remember when I started it, but I need to do it now.
Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, this is perfect. This is you don't even.
Uh, you know what? Sure. You know what? Go for it, buddy. Double jet on the Comfey.
It's my 7 days left. Renewal dates. I want to
There we go.
cancel.
Now you slam down another path. You can hard retreat here because you use double. Ooh, getting that Giratina built up too. Just really putting on the pressure here. There's going to be a lone Manaphy against the world. Yeah, that Charmander is cooked. I think we're going to go to a speedy game 2 here.
Yeah, there's like nothing you can do there.
That is so unfortunate for Charizard. Yeah, it got Lumineon?
I'm gonna keep trying, but there's nothing you can do there.
Oh, well, the path's in play. Oh, they're doing it for the stone.
They're keeping something going. You know,
I think
surprisingly,
they're going to try an Iono.
Surprisingly, we talked about earlier, why we couldn't watch Christmas movies. I realized there was Christmas movies on Amazon Prime we could have watched because you can watch you're supposed to be able to watch anything on Amazon Prime.
On Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Next billing date. Oh, I still have time. I'm like, Singer, when does my Paramount Plus end?
I wanted Paramount Plus so bad, but my wife kept saying no.
No, you only get 3 months. And then if you try to cancel, they give you more free months.
Oh, I haven't paid to do that.
I haven't paid like in 7 months. And since my
now I don't even want Amazon Prime because the whole reason, or not Amazon, Paramount, or Paramount. Yeah, I'm tired. Because they canceled the iCarly show. I wanted to watch that so bad, and then like, oh, it's canceled.
I've been watching for Star Trek. But, you look it up, like they go through and it's kind of a brutal chorus. They get so many free months, like they want people.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to compete with all these other streaming services out there. That makes sense, but they got to be hemorrhaging money.
It doesn't say I have anything, no payment until February 22nd. Did I already pay for this next month and I didn't realize it? Which, I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with having it for another month for $12. I get Netflix for free. They are so well set up here, the Giratina.
Yeah, I don't see an out for the Charizard. Although to be fair, Tina did block up their bench, so there's actually no way to get a Sableye down. So, but they had Jirachi, so I guess it's like not that big of a deal. Yeah, there is nothing this Zard can do to save itself from this massacre. We're definitely going to go to a game 2 here real quick. Like,
yeah.
The funny thing is like Giratina hasn't done a thing. It's just sitting there watching Cramorant do all of the heavy lifting.
There it goes.
So if you're Charizard here, what do you think you should do? You think you should go first or second?
This might be one of the few times you want to go first, but that could be so deadly. Because like if you don't start anything, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like going second is probably okay, right? Because you rip away your opponent from being able to turn one knockout something like a Charmander.
Yeah. So it becomes a very difficult spot to be in because either way you're going to get busted up. And Ching Pak is a 1-0 over Asher.
That was quick.
Yeah, Ching Pak doesn't want either one of these players. Ricardo has a good matchup against him. Jam should have a good matchup against him. But you got the best semifinals he could get.
Yes. Yeah, I think going second here is perfectly fine because you're kind of forcing your opponent to be in the position that Charizard usually finds itself in, and that's like within a setup phase. Oh, started the Delphox though. Yeah, nothing big for Tina here this turn. A pass. Okay. Well, let's see if Charizard pops off.
Yeah, Blazing's correct. You don't want that in play at all as a Zard, but I mean, if it's there, you can try. Arvin, okay, so they're going to get set up a little bit more. Like, I keep, every time I play Zard, I keep asking myself, what is the best second V that's not the fish? The fish is can be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like Pokemon like Delphox and Lumineon and stuff like that in Charizard, you kind of have to be playing ways to get them off the board. Because there's just way too many things that hit for 220 right now.
I didn't even realize this was the Bibarel version.
Oh, they got it. They got the evolution TM down turn one, so honestly, not too bad. Wait,
The worst things you do as a Delphox, though, is that you do loss on that energy. That's not what you want.
no, Delphox is a really good cleanup Pokemon in this deck. I am a little surprised that they did not evolve the Bidoof. Either both of the Bibarel are prized, or one's prized and the Bibarel's actually in hand. Because I don't see why you wouldn't evolve it.
100% correct. There's no reason why you wouldn't evolve it.
But you know, and this comes back to, yeah, this comes back to another really unfortunate scenario. There's one Pokemon that can evolve into Charizard here, but not really going to be punished for that. We're going to see an Abyss Seeking. Oh, you grab Roxanne 100%. No,
The counter catcher.
Go catcher.
Maybe.
Man, just throw us off some more and grab that VIP pass.
If he's got
Interesting choice here.
If he's got the Charizard in hand right now, that Bidoof gets out of there, everything's there. He's taking a swing at the Giratina. That's not what you want. And if they can get a second Charmander down, that'd be even better.
Yes. So I think right now the main goal is to get a second Charmander down. Like, you need to get a second Charmander down this turn. If you don't, you jeopardize the rest of the game.
Okay, I'm like, okay, I didn't catch that they put the energy on there, so I'm like, oh.
Yeah, so it was in hand.
Get that second Charmander down. Iono? Actually, you know what? The Iono's good. I'm assuming they had no other play here. Ooh.
I would agree that the Iono is good, but now you just gave your opponent a Colress. You knew they weren't playing supporters.
But now you got multiple Charmanders out.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Now you're kind of getting yourself all sorts of set up.
I don't know
Oh,
if you
you know
play
what?
in. I don't know if you play
I
on the
did.
Delphox, so
I was thinking it would have been better to like use a research. I forgot. This is one of the few Zard lists that does not play research.
no, you're very dependent on the Bibarel. You're trying to keep a small hand, however you can, get the Bibarel, go from there. They might be able to get the um however it's called off.
The Delphox?
No, not the Delphox. The Giratina attack. The Star.
Star Requiem?
Yeah, they might have it. They were at 6. That puts them at 8. They've got a switch cart for at least one more, possibly 2 more. So
But
there's
I find, why would you throw the path away then?
they probably put more into what they have, what they were grabbing, more value. But now they're
Yeah,
going
that's
after
true.
Ninja. I think he might. Yeah, I think he might be at 6. So I guess we'll see here in a second.
You could just go for Lost Impact, 280 here, and then just try to clean up the rest of the game with Sableye later. That is an option.
I'll see them come up in just 110 here.
I don't think I hate either choice here. Oh, could we see a Greninja play? Nope. I think a Greninja play here would have been pretty strong, but then you're powering up that Zard to start, getting closer, taking Okos on your Giratinas.
He's at 8.
Yeah, going for the 110 here.
Now, if that Manaphy wasn't in play, that Delphox could be really filthy.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if Zard bosses and lost zones that Manaphy, yeah, you're giving them an extra card in the lost zone, but if you can pull that off, your Delphox being online is so strong. It doesn't KO the Giratina V-Star though, because you do only do 120 damage, and you'd miss it by 10 on the Giratina V-Star, but
It's always brutal when you're like 10 short of everything.
I know. It's so bad. I mean, but here's the thing, right? If he could actually get the Giratina in the active and then put Vitality Ban on the Delphox, that would be huge.
But we see the boss's orders here anyways. With no extra Giratina, and if they can get our Charizard set up, that's going to start going Charizard's way.
Yeah. The only downside here is it's kind of a downside, is that your opponent's going to get to 10 this turn. They got the Colress. They have 2 Comfeys. They can knock out a Charmander on the bench and then start setting up extra damage on it. Or even start get a KO on a Charmander and spread that damage to something like Delphox or Lumineon. So there's a couple liabilities here that need to be worried about.
You could also just knock out their Bibarel and take out their draw engine.
That too, yeah. You could just go straight for the Bibarel. But they don't have the resources yet. I don't think they want to Mirage Gate onto anything. So yeah, I think. Oh, they're gonna trap the Bibarel.
You'd have to focus, hopefully get one of your surviving Charmanders up to get energy on it, and then you have to hard retreat it.
Yeah. So I don't hate this move. Well, they're just gonna full send on the Zard. $110 to Zard and 10 to the Charmander. I like the 110 on the Zard because now you can clean it up with a Cramorant. So this makes sense to me. Probably going to see a Charmeleon out of this level ball. Evolve the one that got hit for 10. Kind of keep it out of range of like a double KO situation. Going for the non-damaged one. Okay.
If they got candy or believe they should have Toro, but they probably don't have access to the Toro right now.
Do they play Turo?
That's what I'm checking. No, they don't.
Yeah, see, this is where playing Manaphy is kind of or Luminion is kind of scary.
Wait, how did they get that out of there?
Jet. They played a Jet Energy on the Delphox.
That's right.
But interesting choice because Delphox isn't going to be able to knock out something on the bench yet. So not sure why you'd opt to go for the Delphox.
They don't play Canceling Cologne. And there's no... The only thing I can think of is they try here to get a retreat. Maybe they even just want to use the Delphox as an attacker? I'm not actually sure. Yeah,
I think it comes down to like, because if they bring up the Zard, the Cram just takes KO.
That is true. So you're willing to take the risk, possibly find another way of getting out of it.
And you are getting pretty far ahead in prizes right now that you're probably okay with this.
I'll be right back this moment.
Yep. Yeah, this is getting a little scary for Giratina. Like you could set up another Tina. You know you haven't taken any prize cards yet. So with that in consideration, you know that the Zard can't OHKO a Tina V and definitely can't OHKO a Tina V star. So probably avoiding Tinas for the rest of the game. Kind of did its job. You would have loved to be able to attack with it, but being able to Abyss Seeking with it was probably more than enough at this point. Now, do they play Devolution in this? Let's see.
You ever watched Forrest Gump?
Oh yeah, that movie makes me cry.
It's such a good movie. The scene where he's like I drank too many Dr. Peppers. That was just a moment ago. Forrest Gump is such a good movie though.
Mama invested in a fruit company.
I have no idea what they, Such a good movie. The book's pretty good too.
I love like the meme edits people make out of that movie. Like when Jenny comes up to him, she's like, "Forrest, I'm pregnant," and he was just like, "And I started running."
Now you have to decide.
Yeah, this is a big decision.
Just give him the baby Charmander.
Honestly, yeah, at this point, yeah, you probably want to lose the Charmander.
He's either going to KO the Charizard on the bench, or he's going after the. You're going to KO the baby Charmander, one or the other.
Yeah, I think you go for the Charizard here, right? I think you either go for Charizard or Bibarel. Both are pretty good options. Oh. Another path in hand here. the path down was pretty brutal too. Because now if Charizard does find just standard Zard, they're not accelerating energy. So this is a little awkward if they can't find a stadium bump for this path. Oh, which they immediately do.
Yeah, they play 2 magma beasts of all things.
You know, I don't hate that because they do play the Delphox. And considering this is more Evo based and not rare candy based, because they do only play 2 rare candies in this list, you can accelerate that energy onto like the Baby Manders or the Charmeleons, but also, more importantly, the Radiant Zard. So I do like the Magma Basin in this list.
What they do here. What is their out? So they haven't used the buy roll yet, but they also have 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, so it's can they thin their hand down anymore? Because if they don't get a knockout here, I think this game is going to shift directly into the favor of Giratina.
They don't have enough energy in deck.
Oh, that's a good question too. They did just lost zone 2 energies. They do have enough energy. They do play 2 Super Rod in this list as well, so it's they could Arven for it.
Or Sealstone, a little bit more. They have no Giratinas out, so you're on like a 3-turn counter almost. And if they do put one down, it's one boss away from being KO'd.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with the Manaphy because by this point, if you have their list and you check their loss zone, how much water's in there is Greninja ever coming up? Would have been better to try to bench the Jirachi.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see a Jirachi here because you know that the threat of Sableye is going to be kind of constant in this matchup. So I don't like the I don't like the Manaphy here right now.
If they already played the Arven, like bossing the Manaphy up and having that Delphox as a backup would have been massive.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have at some point. I did say earlier that they should Lost City, like get rid of the Manaphy, but they don't even play Lost City. This is such a different Zard list than the ones that I'm used to seeing. There's no Lost City in this list either. So, you know, kind of like boss, KO Manaphy, and then just hope they don't have Rod plus Nest Ball.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I agree with the Giratina V here.
It's at a point it gets KO'd here with one boss.
Yeah.
And they got the Forest Seal Stone, right?
I think so. Well,
it's not
yeah.
If they still have
Charizard
it in hand,
has it.
If they still have it in hand, they just attach it, grab what if they have a boss left, grab the boss, and then that's it.
That's interesting that like so Tina knew that obviously because you have to reveal it once you use Arven. They had Roxanne in their hands, so I would have Roxanne knowing that they had access to that resource. And while knowing that, I wouldn't have benched a Giratina because now they're just gonna Force Seal Stone for a boss, yeah.
That's where I saw it in there.
Yeah, I remember them. They definitely grabbed, I think, Level Ball and the Force Seal Stone, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I didn't mean that. Molten Turtle TCG tonight, and we're currently in the top four, watching Charizard try to beat Giratina. The question is, does the Charizard player see it?
He's got to see he's not out of bosses. He's only down one boss's orders.
Unless it's in the.
Oh, he only plays one boss's orders.
Oh. So then,
Oh.
no.
That actually is interesting.
That makes things weird now because you need the other Zard set up, but to set up the other Zard, that means you also need to play Rod to make sure you have energy in the deck.
Yeah, this got a little more interesting. I didn't realize that they only played one boss's orders in this list. And no PAL pads, so there's no way to actually get this boss back.
I feel like boss, unless you're really relying on counter catcher, is too crucial. And then the path of the peak as well.
Yeah. So now you're forced to knock out this Cramorant. And then the Giratina knocks you out. And then you can't knock out Giratina.
Because the path was in play.
Yeah.
Wow, the lack of boss's orders is coming back to hurt.
It really, really is.
And counter catcher's never coming into play.
I was about to say, are they gonna Roxanne without evolving their Giratina? Okay. I was like, whoa. You need that extra HP. And they got all the energy in the world to make this happen too.
They still even have their V-Star, the Star Requiem.
Yeah. Yeah, not sure if I agree with using Lost Impact here. I would have used my Star Requiem just in case I got Ionode. Because now you're relying on being able to attach an energy from hand, and it has to be grass.
You could go up with the Delphox and burn and confuse them. But they have the jet energy. But if you get Ionode here, then it doesn't matter.
And see, that's why I think using the Star Requiem would have been so much better, because then you could have jet energied onto Comfey and retreated. Now you can't use jet energy on Comfey and attach energy onto Giratina without Mirage Gate.
Chain Pack did win 2-0 over Asher. We do have the Radiant Zard.
Oh, I wonder if Charizard sees this or not. Well, there is a counter catcher. There is a counter catcher in hand, but Tina only has one card left in deck.
Yeah, but it has win no matter what. No. Basin.
Are they gonna try and attack with Zard here?
I think you confuse burn because as it is, they would either have to flip. Yeah, Eerie Glow.
Yeah.
You do 20 here. If they don't get out of burn, which they don't, sets it up for Charizard to take.
Ooh. Yeah, the only thing that Tina can do here is like toss the water.
You have to toss the water and hope you get the grass energy.
Yeah. Oh, they got it.
But they still have to flip.
Oh, you're right. They're confused. Yep. Now, if they actually flip tails here, does that? No. Wow. Does that actually consume their V-Star?
No.
Interesting. Yeah. So now they just retreat and attack.
Yeah, you just retreat and attack now. That was their best out because otherwise,
yeah, it was.
Otherwise, they didn't have a follow-up attack afterwards.
But see, this is why those micro decisions matter. Like if if Giratina had used Star Requiem beforehand, they would not have even needed to like worry about Confused Burn because they could have just attached Jet to Comfey to active retreat, and then lost impact for 180 or 280. So little decisions like that can really make and break a game.
So now going into game 3.
Yeah, game 3 here.
Change his hairstyle in between. The thing is, like, us as commentators and where we're at can see these things. Sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment, you just don't.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You can miss things that are right in front of your face. I think it was.
I'll bring up an easy one I had. I had Thunder Mountain in play. I had Guzma in hand. I had an Energy, and I had a Dedenne on the bench. They had a Shaman on the bench. Dedenne hits for 60 with it. I believe it was its attack. Let me double check. It was not small. It was the Dedenne GX. No, Static Shock, Tingly Return. Static Shock. I had that plus a choice belt. I had everything I needed to win the game, and I never saw it. And I ended up throwing. All I had to do was attach the Energy, the belts, and the Guzma, and I would hit like 140 on a Shaman EX, which was like 120.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy, like in the moment, to not see these things. But this is why I always recommend to players, like, if you're in these like really, high stress games, where it's really in the nitty gritty and it matters. Just I would always tell it, just take a minute, slow down, and really think this through, like card by card in hand. How does this help me?
Here's an interesting thing: Shaman EX would not exist in this format, even with setup, if you can multiple it, because Sableye would gatekeep it out of the format.
Oh yeah, no, nobody would be playing Shaman. Everyone would look at Shaman and be like, yeah, I can use that on turns outside of my first turn, but Squawkabilly's got more HP, so
We watched HP go up. Like Shaman being 110 with a setup and then being that weak makes sense, but it doesn't make sense in the current meta.
yeah, no.
Not the way that they're making the game right now.
Now that you say that, they could probably unban Shaman from Expanded.
I don't think they will, because I think Crobat was supposed to be the replacement.
Yeah, that's true. Crobat was pretty much the same thing.
But we'll never see Scoop Up Net unbanned.
No, we will not.
Yeah, cars that were good at the time don't necessarily mean that they'll still be good. Ooh, this is a hard call. I mean, yeah, you just give him the Zard. You know what's interesting is the Charizard actually has a way to win next turn. Had a way to win next turn. Now they don't.
Yeah, now they don't. If they were able to find Candy and a switch or something, they could have just Delphox for game. So as the Zard player here, you see what's happening. Do you still try and go for a greedy Delphox play?
Clear their board of their compies, which would be
Yeah.
detrimental for them.
I feel like if I was Zard in this moment, I would go for the Delphox play. I would 100% go for it. Being able to take those 2 prizes on the Comfey, very, very important. And you want your opponent to start taking KOs on you, so that way your damage cap starts to increase. And you could potentially go for like a boss KO on a Giratina V just in case they don't get the V star. So yeah, I would go for double knockout on Comfey here. Just stall out their engine and see if you can do it again.
Trojan Corpse, thank you for the follow. Hopefully your night's going well. Like, okay, we saw them with the Arvin. Do they have everything? Are they going to go for the evolution instead? Like, I like kind of like the town store. It makes things a little bit easier sometimes.
Looks like they're gonna go for the evolution. Which I don't hate this play. Playing a little bit more conservatively makes sense instead of like putting all your eggs in one basket. Oh, never mind. They threw it away.
There's the Vibrel. Maybe they have everything they need.
Yeah, they might. If they can thin this hand down a lot.
Or there's another evolution, energy search. I remember playing, I was for a while playing the Earthen Vessel, but it just doesn't make sense in this deck. You only ever need to grab one energy.
Yeah, and then at the cost of discard, yeah.
It just didn't make sense, so I moved on from it. I was like, nope, time to move on.
Yeah, I personally believe that there's always room for the quote unquote weaker version of a card to be played more than its power creep version. And in Charizard, that's one of those cases. You don't want to play Earthen Vessel in Charizard. You want to play Energy Search. Choosing to Lost Zone Memory or Manaphy here.
Maybe kind of challenging them. Hey, I don't think you're going to use the Delphox.
That's such a that's a really risky move to like telegraph to your opponent. Like you're just literally telling them, "Hey, I don't have Manaphy access for the rest of this game. If you want to take multi prize knockouts on my Pokemon, I'm more than welcome to it." Did find the path though. Ooh, I like this. Well, actually, I don't know if I like this now that I think about it because you have path in play. That Charmander has 1 energy on it. So if they have an energy in hand plus Zard Rare Candy, they're just going to attack you.
The fact they brought the Delphox up makes me feel like they don't.
That's a really good call on a really good call of the bluff from the Giratina player. Like I don't think you have these options available to you in these 5 cards, so call your bluff and boss out the Charmeleon. Oh, this is a huge Iono here.
Yeah. At least 4, probably like 5 or 6 in the Lost Zone.
And they gotta be inching pretty close to that 10. Wow. There we go. They do heal the burn. And see how Tina responds to this. This is a hard choice.
So what I would start off with, I would start off with a mulligan, playing the playing the Bibarel deck. I have it on my desk, so I'm sitting here, I'm shuffling. I've been practicing my pile shuffle. I'm not pile shuffling. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I pile shuffle every time.
Yes, in between turns.
No, my Nash shuffling. I found a video that explained how to do it pretty well.
You don't riffle, do you?
I can, but I don't trust my riffles,
Yeah,
and I don't
that's
trust
smart.
people. I also don't trust people who riffle.
I don't riffle. I don't like riffling. And if I have an opponent that does riffle shuffle, I take their deck and I mash shuffle it instead of cutting it.
Like, I had an opponent at a League Cup. I watched them do their riffle. I'll put in quotation marks. Riffle shuffle, and the game I allowed them to do it after they moved cards in their deck the previous game around, like when they were looking for stuff. They were drawing everything they needed, and so it felt a little too convenient. So the next time they did it, I mass shuffled it, and then all of a sudden they're not drawing, and it becomes and like that's not enough to say they did, but I've watched enough Magic shows and Magic stuff that like they talk about like you can't trust a riffle.
Yeah, because if you can riffle just right, you're just gonna end up layering the same cards on top of each other, -1 from where they began. So like, if depending on how you riffle shuffle, if you have like a energy and a Greninja in the deck, you could, and it's like literally Greninja energy, you could riffle shuffle it just right so that way it's energy Greninja. The order of the deck doesn't really change too much if you're really good at riffle shuffling.
Wow. Okay, this is interesting about mass shuffling. I haven't touched this deck. I haven't ordered it at all. I got double Bidoof and double Charmeleon on the bottom.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we're gonna see a Greninja play? No, we are not. Every time I think we're gonna see the frog do something, he don't do nothing.
I don't know what I prized. Ultra Ball, Super Run, Collapse Stadium, Bibarel, Fire Energy, Charizard. Not horrible pricing, not good pricing.
You know, I don't think Zard is gonna have this one.
We need this turn alone. Candy, Zard, Boss's Orders, get rid of one of those Giratinas, or Countercatcher, alternatively. And then after that, do it again. So they're not
I think that's
out.
the hard part here. They've got 2 Giratinas on bench ready to roll. And because, you know, Zard is only playing one boss's orders, they might not hit what they need in order to get a knockout on these Giratinas.
They do play Countercatcher. I think they play 2 Countercatchers.
They didn't hit it off the Mew, so I'm assuming they just didn't get it.
Maybe they got like an Arvin here. You can grab it. Arvin's just another way. There's the Countercatcher.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, Arvin's a good way to like get a boss's orders technically. The same and use it the same turn that you played a supporter on top of getting a very useful tool card.
There goes one. Their hand is not that good.
Yeah,
But
and
they've
they're
got,
not even in range for Roxanne.
they got the chorus though. I don't think you take the counter catcher. It's never coming into play.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it could come into play, but it's not as viable right now. You can't even stabilize the bench.
Oh, you're right. Is he not at 10?
No, it's the Jirachi.
Oh, yep. Didn't even see the Jirachi there. Yeah, the Jirachi is kind of putting a hindrance on this. I think they're trying to hit the Giratina V star here.
They need to. It's
Yeah.
not an if or but.
If they don't, then I think Tina lost all of the momentum that it had going for it.
That's what I was like talking about earlier. Giratina's worst enemy is its own self. The switch card here, but what more can you do? You can attack. You can attack with Cramorant, but if they have another catcher or boss's orders, you're just not going to be there anyways.
Yeah, this is rough for Tina.
You got to
I
put the
would have
damage out there.
expected Tina to be able to really put up a good fight, but it's not looking good.
This next turn's crucial.
Yes, Zard needs to find a boss's orders or a counter catcher for them to pretty much officially close out this game.
Well, they get 2 here, and if they're able to power up the Delphox, that's another 2 right there.
Yup.
But we do have the rocks. Giratina does have the Roxanne in hand. Ooh, going with the Mew, which is actually a good idea because now you can draw out and see if you can get the other counter catcher. I want to say they play 2. I am not actually positive on that. They only play 1, so they're looking for the boss's orders.
Yeah, they only play 1. That is not a lot of gust for a deck like Zard. And you can see where like not having all that gust is starting to affect who's gonna win this game.
Like now you want to try to find Iono then. If you can already find your boss. Like, okay, you have another Zard option coming up. They lost zone they lost zone all their water energy.
Yeah, I don't think that there's gonna be a Greninja play.
So they've got 8 minutes. I'm going to make sure to inform them that lost vacuum away. Oh yeah. No, you don't even need the rare. No, you don't even need the rare candy now.
Yeah, that's true. It is a Charmeleon. I think they're just slimming everything out so they can draw 4 with the barrel here.
Hope they get the boss. If they didn't prize it.
That's the thing. Because they only play 1 boss and 1 counter catcher, prizing either of those could be so detrimental.
Get some energy back in there.
Yeah, that's smart. That's what you want to do here. How many fire energy could be in the discard though? Okay, so there's 2 in there.
2, put the Radiant Zard back. They got it.
My goodness. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Tina to win this now. They have no Pokemon that can actually knock out this Zard in the active.
Rock's not even going to stick.
Nope. And I think Tina knows it too. That's why they're opting for the Cold. Oh, there's only 5 cards left in their deck.
Yeah, the Chorus. Then they gotta hope they have a Rod or something.
They do have 1 Rod in hand, but I don't think you're gonna win this in 3 turns.
You know what they're going to do? You're going to Path to the Peak. You're going to get a Giratina back.
Oh yeah. This will do it. No, they only got 2 cards left in deck though.
You can't even Flower Select here because then you just.
Yeah, no, you just lose. Oh, I like this play.
You know. You have to get rid of that Charmeleon.
Yep.
You know they have no other gusting options.
That is like your only way to win this game. So
you don't have any gusting options, but they don't have any attackers. Yeah, they have to attack with Radiant Zard at least 1 turn. So that means they need an out. They need the Zard. Oh my god, this is going so close.
this is stressful.
You know they're out of gusting options. So they have to KO the Cramorant. So that means they have to find that Radiant Zard. You such a bad spot.
Yeah, if they don't find the Zard.
I think you have to put up the Mew.
Yep.
You need Magma Basin and you need Jet Energy.
They only play 2, and I think they've already used 1. So there's. Oh, they could try and go for a Delphox play here. Although they don't have enough energy to do that.
Not this turn. You know your opponent probably is out of gusting options. Counter Catcher's not active.
So even on prizes.
So you can grab 1 more energy. Like you gotta find energy here. You can't confuse. Unless you just give them the Radiant Charizard, but then again. That's what I mean. Like they can just wait a turn. I don't know why they attach to the Mew. You just attach to the
I'm not
Delphox.
sure either. Because what they could have done, it's like I don't know why they Magma Basin onto the Delphox when they could have Ultra Ball for the Zard.
Unless they've got Iono in hand. This is game. They just threw. They don't realize it, but they just threw.
Yep. Yeah, it's over here. Because we know he has the grass energy. There it is.
We know he has the grass energy. We know he has the VMAX. We know he has access to V-Star.
That's the game.
Yeah, like that. Like that last turn.
That was absolutely incredible.
With that, we'll watch Giratina Lost Zone go up against Mew here finally, as they have like 2 minutes left. I'll look there.
I unfortunately am gonna have to call it a night for myself. It is 4:30 in the morning.
I get that. I get that, man. So it will be me finishing off Doom all alone. As hopefully this matchup might take a little bit faster, but it is up for the players, and hopefully they know. I'm going to make sure to announce. Vulcan, thank you for becoming on tonight. If you want to give yourself a little quick shout out before you leave.
Thanks for having me, Doom. Always a pleasure. Just, hit me up whenever you want me again. Chat, you're all amazing. Thank you for supporting and having a good time. I'm Vulcan Turtle, member of the Shuffle Squad. You can check me out at Twitter at Vulcan Turtle TCG and the Shuffle Squad at the Shuffle Squad. And that's about it.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for coming. And yeah, we'll go ahead and watch out the finals here, and we'll see how it goes. I'll turn on some lo-fi music for us.
Have a great night, everybody.
And thank you for being here, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, chat. Here we go as we get ready for the finals, as we have Lost Zone Tina going up against Mew EX, Mew V Max. So it should be an interesting matchup here, as we're waiting for the players just to do their thing. They might be taking a moment. The Lost Zone player, just take a moment. But we've got the match. When they're ready, we will switch over and we will watch. Jam is on probably, I would say, probably one of the most, we can look here, most dominant runs we've had in a while. I don't think anybody's come this close to winning 3 out of the last 5. I don't think anybody's come that close. Huntimon, kind of close a little bit. There's a spread there. But yeah, I'd say Vulcan Turtle is a real close one, but Jam is just on a separate level out of all players right now. That's something you don't always see, and I don't know what was doing it. But he's doing great. He's making me, to be honest, it's making me rethink if I want about testing Giratina. I've sat here oh, Giratina this, Giratina that, or whatever. I have the cards for Giratina. If I think it could be good. If we, I just don't know. My problem is I never start the confies. And obviously Giratina's never getting the donk here. But they do play Path of the Peak. They do play a lot of things that can shut down the Mew. And their starting hand's not that bad either. Just to be a Selgor coming down, so they're going to try to focus a little bit on the one prizers a little bit. They also could be putting it down just to hopefully be able to get more draw. Now, Blazy, is Jam a local, or or a friend of yours? Because he is killing it, dude. He's your twin? Seriously? Well, that's sick, dude. Yeah, your brother's playing on one of the most dominant performances we've had at the Tournament of Doom. Yet. Like at this point, I'm going to have to name one. Name one Tournament of Doom. Can you beat Jam Edition? I'm trying to figure this out, chat. I just did my prizes, and all 6 of them were doubles of the same card. And I'm shuffling. I'm doing all this stuff. I have no idea why my shuffling's like that. The fact right now that we see 0 whatever they're called, Genesex in play does not bode well for the Mew. Now, one of the things we can see here is they saved up the water energy. They could be looking for the possibility of the Greninja getting the double onto the Meloetta and the grass dude. I forget the grass guy's name. Maybe this does get out there, but right now they have Split Beam and Melodious Echo as their attacks. And they can't use Melodious Echo. Now they can use something. We got the Genesect, they're going to start drawing. Using that attack, it seems like overkill. So we see the KO. Nothing much more there. Not a great top deck, but a necessary top deck anyways. Ooh, this is where Judge hurts. Like, there's nothing more that hurts you than having a Judge hand that puts you to something like that. Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to take care of something real quick. There you go, Blazy. Welcome back to the Cult of Doom. Your brother's killing it. So I have to gift you a sub for that. At least pay that out for. But Jam doesn't get it. Jam gets all the codes. So you get a sub, he gets all the codes. Well, it's like half that money comes back to me anyways. That's actually something that happens with Twitch streaming that people don't realize, is that some people will actually to make their numbers look bigger will oh, they do have access to their V-Star. Will go through and gift themselves subs. Which is like a weird thing to do, but I mean, depending on how you do it, you can save so much money. But again, like I said, it makes your stream look bigger in the sub numbers than it actually is. Nothing off that. So like they don't want to waste their V-Star here on trying to get that out of there. But it does get a KO and puts him down to 3 prizes. So we see the town store, so they just looked straight up for a stadium. It looks like, instead of going for the double turbo energy. So this is the issue we're running into. That Giratina isn't getting things into the lost zone. The Judge really hurt, and Judge Path, or even just Judge in general, is just a very strong card right now. Roxanne, Coldest. I mean, okay. It doesn't hurt as much here. Even the switch card can't come into play. With Giratina being a evolution, he cannot get it straight out. Path, though, feels really strong. Well, let's do a pass here. I think they're probably more likely want to wait until this gets KO'd in the active, and then Roxanne Path, and then hopefully be able to start get something stuck in the active that they can go and pick around. At least that's what I think they're probably going for. So, let's see the KO. They don't have a way of getting that out of the active. Ooh, the jet energy is huge. Let's see. I take the V-Star over the Manaphy. Manaphy's never seen play in this matchup. And again, hold. There's no reason to do anything here. They've only taken one prize. Probably Boss's Order. Yeah, Boss's Order the Tina back up. Which again falls, I say, like, you fell into my trap card, but it's essentially coming into this trap card. Oh, even attacked with the Selgor. Which, I mean, okay, the Selgor does get the easy retreat here. You have to go with the Mirage Gate, because now you can at least Mirage Gate onto the Sableye and the active, or onto the other one, or the other Comfy, and get at least one more. And then, again, Path Roxanne. Ooh, do you see the... Do you see the... Ninja? It's their Colress's turn. Double checking what we got. What we've got. Going to go with the Cramorant. Cramorant can attack. As we do see the Sableye coming up. The Sableye will be able to Lost Mine here. I'm going to take the KO on the Selgor and then put some damage out onto the Mew, which puts it within range of an easier KO. Because you'd like to use Giratina to finish the game, but that's the problem. Is like you have to be able to stick them with like the Roxanne Path. Roxanne Path will put them down 2 cards, and then after those 2 cards, it's 2 cards. They don't have any way to draw out, and they might even be almost out of stadiums or other ways. We do see the double Fusion Strike energy here, so they do have access to Meloetta. So it makes it a little bit dangerous trying to put down a Giratina, but it could be much more. We can see the boss's orders. I don't think there's much more you can do with the boss's orders here. But we do lose a grass energy, but we do have another grass energy in hand and in play. By, again, Roxanne Path in here. We go. That's the stuff. There's the psychic energy. You can attach to the Sableye here. Bring it up. I don't know if you want to use the rod right now or not. If these issues, you need to take 5 prizes as it is right now. And they're going to, you have to do it, you literally have to do it the next turn. That's a lot of, that's a lot of Giratina. That's a hand. That's what it is. It's a hand. I think it's worth, it may be worth taking out the Meloetta. Just so they don't have access to that attack anymore. Which we're seeing there. And then the three on both of those. So now you're still within the 280 range. And now you get a draw card, which is our path to the peak. So if it's somehow you can get out of this path to the peak, you have an out. Oh, you use the right stand. Part of me also thought I didn't put the game up. I was just talking live. But no, I was up. So they're going to Psychic Leap here. Oh, the Max Miracle. I thought they would go with the Psychic Leap. Okay. So this game's going to come down to what they got off prizes and what they're going to get off their top deck. Otherwise, Roxanne Path might stick and might work. Oh, I don't know why you don't lost Requiem there. Oh wait, no, it doesn't matter because you just get rid of the water energy, the 2 water energies. Okay, no, that's fine. Boss's orders wins the game from you. Nothing else. We go into game 2 with Giratina up 1-0. Oh, the lost vacuum! The lost vacuum. That's true. They could put the fresh VMAX, Blazy. Tablet, still not there. Or Sealstone, doesn't matter, but that's still more cards they draw. Boss's orders. It's like the one card we could get prizes for top decked was that vacuum, and it saved them. Yeah, I didn't even think about the fresh VMAX. I thought they didn't have enough energy out there. So no, the Jam played it right. That was just pure bad luck there. I mean, what more could you ask for, right? All right, they're going first. There's no way you donk them. Like that's one of the things. Like this game will always go. Well, actually, you know what? Against this deck, there is actually a way to donk them, but the odds of it are pretty low. I didn't realize this is Cass's theme from Breath of the Wild, one of my all-time favorite games. There's not looking too bad here. I definitely think you do path turn 1. But you know what? Maybe not. So we see the Genesect. Oh, we do see the the penguin, but the penguin's not doing anything now. But the Manaphy's gone. Oh man, Judge has not been nice to Jam tonight. We can see the second Giratina come down. Oh man, Countercatcher or Roxanne? Let's just see the Countercatcher go. Because we'll probably see a hard retreat. No, no. Hard retreat into the other coffee. Coffee is set up. Definitely use the concealed cards here. You can go a little. Go with the best seeking. As they're really demonstrating, do the one in our Giratina, which I think having 2 Giratinas out at any time is a threat. Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that too, Blazy. Now I see that. Like the judge, I think they're hoping that the judge sticks them in a way that they're not going to be able to come back. Like we kind of saw that last game where the judge kind of hindered the Giratina. And they don't want to put down Path of the Peak, their own Path of the Peak. There's no reason for it. But also the fact that they use their V-Star is now they're very, 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 very vulnerable to a Countercatcher turn. So we see another judge here. I would be happy with that hand. See the chorus here. Okay, okay. This car pile's at an interesting place. Part of me was like sitting here like, man, you got judged. I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. Sucks because like you're going to be down 2 colors into the lost zone, but getting that Giratina is just way bigger. About 10, right? You got him with the path. Now's the time. Have to say goodbye, Mew VMAX. Sadly, again, the Switch card does not do much for the Giratina V-Star. Game number 2. Mew VMAX is currently up 1-0. And no problem with Electabuzz. It came down, literally game 1 came down to what Mew got off its prize and its top deck. His Path of the Peak was in, and they had 1 card in hand. And they got the Lost Vacuum they needed to just go off and find the boss they needed for game. It was a very intense game. And like the Giratina games have been very intense. I don't know if I want to move to wireless headphones. Alright, we do get out of the path. We do see a little bit more. Is it just a little bit too little too late with the Mew here? Because like, unless Giratina takes a KO on something else, it could set it up so that that Mew VMAX gets KO'd for game now. The 240, they got the the whatever it's called, the Meloetta out there. So it's just a matter of like, what do they do? I see a... You know what? I actually like this move. So you're gonna get rid of the Meloetta, and then you're gonna put damage on something else, like one of the Genesects, which means now you are just looking for a whatever the name is called. Sableye. Sableye comes in and clears out the match. You need to find the Sableye. They may be looking to switch cart here, which will put it out. The fact that they brought it up. You got the heals. What you could do here, if you're Jam. Oh, you can't counter catcher. I know, I think I would have brought up the V2. Considering now if they find the V-Star, I think it's out of range. Psychic. You can switch card into the Sableye. You Roxanne. And then you're just hoping you find that other path to the peak, right? But it feels like you absolutely have to Roxanne this turn. Feels bad because now they're going to be able to draw out of it. That switch cart absolutely saved the Muse game. But they also have to be able to switch out, I believe. Lost vacuum, the lost vacuum. All right, so now we know that the that wouldn't have mattered, but it's the Giratina. There's the rod. like Mew doesn't win it this turn. Giratina wins it. Which I have no idea. They don't have it. So yeah, no, Giratina wins it this turn now. Just bring it up. They whiffed. It happens. So we will be going to... they could have actually took 3 prizes this turn. There's the last path to the peak, but it doesn't matter here. So we are going to game 3. Lost Zone Tina going up against Mew into game 3 at 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock Eastern, and like it's like midday, like in England or something. It's like 10 o'clock. There's like someone. I was just looking at some other Twitch and YouTube streams, like getting ready because like we got to go. There's someone making like they're doing their Christmas cooking stream, and I'm like, what? I looked at it, and yeah, they're making Christmas cookies. They live in Britain. I realize it's like 10 a.m. there. I mean, it's 5 a.m. for some people right now. But these tournaments go, and that's what they do. You know what I can go for? It's like a really good steak. I don't know why I've been wanting a steak recently. Sorry, I get distracted. This is why TPCI won't hire me. Just imagine a TPCI stream where, like, midway through, I just start talking about Taco Bell. Like this Chin Pao Lost Zone matchup, we've seen this before, but you know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen is a 5-layer double-decker taco. Yeah, 7 in Brazil. Like, it's morning for some people in Brazil. Now I want like a 7-layer double-decker. Like, could you imagine, like, you have the hard shell, then like beans and the soft shell, and then like cheese and beans and like a gordita shell, and then like outside of that, like what was that SNL thing where it was like Pizza Town or something like that? SNL Taco Town. Like, that's essentially what I'm imagining. The 15 flavor taco. So yeah, definitely want to see the Giratina probably come down. They've got a couple of the others out there. Go ahead. Oh man, that's just a lot of energy. One thing I do like about live, I've talked about this a few times, is that it does give you the down arrow after you use an ability, which is not something you always get. I watched Taco Town. So we do see the path to peak gone, but one of the things that what some people don't realize though is like when they do that, it does add to your lost zone counter. It doesn't. It doesn't. Obviously, they get some of it, but you end up getting more. I will actually say, like, the lo-fi Pokemon music is pretty damn good. Well, we see the Acelgor here. I would love to see a Greninja grab 2 prizes off the Acelgor and the Meloetta. That would be so cool. I would love to see that. Don't know if it will happen, but it would be amazing. Like he's been threatening it for a while. And they might be able to. There's a lot of cards in hand that can definitely help them out. See the ninja here. Look at I'm hoping to see the ninja. The ninja could be so good. I don't know. Our Giratina come down. We do have the double Mirage Gate, so there is a good possibility that we'll see the Greninja play, which would be, I just think would be fun. Let's do the Colress. I mean, we didn't already have a Colress in hand, but we'll have to see what we're able to draw from. Now this is where you kind of have to commit to which Giratina you want the energy on. Or not, actually, because it doesn't matter. Jumping ahead in the prize trade here is going to be insanely helpful. And considering you put down the Path of the Peak, and they've already used their V-Star, if I remember correctly. Yes, they have. They have to have an out already. It would be a thing to do if you put 90 on the VMAX instead. Let's see, your price trade would go 132, which isn't a bad idea. So you know, that's actually, I think that would be a good thing. Oh, what? The sparkle. That means they have the other one in hand. Now the question is, do they have it out to get one of the Giratinas, or are they stuck just getting the Radiant Greninja? That's a lot of Genesects. The Max Miracle. This could be the turn. This could be the turn. They gotta get to 10, which they can do. But they also have to find a Grass Energy and the Giratina V-Star. Rope boss Roxanne. Not the worst things in the world. No. They are probably not getting it this turn. Oh, so close too. Take the damage that you can with the Cramorant to set up the possible Sableye future. And part of me wants to evolve the V-Star, but you have it in hand, and you still have more Mirage Gate, so I'm assuming you can do more. Like this is where I feel like it easily run into the biggest problems. There's the grass, there's the thing to get them UV max. Almost everything. It's 2 prizes here, and then all they need is to finish it off with the Giratina V-Star, and then Jam will win their third Tournament of Doom in what, the last 6? He's won 50% of what's been out there. The 5, yeah. It's insane. Tablet, Sparkle, they don't got it. If they're playing Sparkle, they don't got it. What you need to do is win the regional of Doom. Dang, that's 3. He keeps bringing the Tina. He keeps bringing the Tina and just keeps destroying with it. That is just amazing. And here's that list. Here's the list. It's very basic Tina. You got your 1 boss's orders, 2 Roxannes, multiple paths, multiple counter catchers. Pretty big. Like, I wouldn't put anything too spicy with this. This is a solid list that's really well. Like, this is what you want from it. So, with that, congratulations on winning 3 of the last 5, Jam. Just amazing. And thank you for being able to stream the finals. With that, I'm going to send everyone off to High Flyer UK. It is time. I assume some people are ready for bed. Some people, it's 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Amazing games to watch. GG's to you both, Team Pack and Jam. I will be back hopefully during the week. I need to get some practice in. Maybe I'll play some Giratina Lost Zone and try something. I don't know. I need to figure it out. But have fun with High Flyer. I'm going to switch over to the raid screen for a bit. It's all new. And hopefully I will see you during the week.